fluctuation, the different degrees of positivity and negativity. Okay. So the point of us trying to share the human construct, okay, why do we bother with the human construct and all its complexity? And this is us simplifying it. If we take the traditional study in psychology, oh my goodness, okay, a psychologist has a book of all the kind of personality that get very complicated. But with this study, all we need is a few days, a few hours now left remaining, and we can come to a full grasp of human nature. And we can start to take ownership. That's the point of all this. Okay? Of our inner being. What does it mean to take ownership? We've established that before. To be proactive. And to be responsible. Responsible. Okay? And our inner being is very simple. We have this true self. We have the ego. And we have the emotion. Ego, mind. Emotion. That's it. Instead of taking a psychology course, it takes years to try to understand, and we come out, we understand more problem, we understand human problems, and we don't necessarily have an answer. With this teaching, with this education, all we got to do is understand our true self, our ego mind, our emotion, and how that works. Okay? I know we're getting tired. I'm getting tired. But if we get through this in this state of being right now, we're going to come out tomorrow, experience something new. This is a time when coal is being compressed into diamond. So stick with it if you can, okay? I'm very grateful to Marianne for spending 14 hours so far, 14 and a half hours so far. Did it feel like 14 and a half hours so far? Did it feel like 14 hours to you?
No.
Oh, it got by kind of fast, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay, so good. That's good news.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for a diamond.
Okay, there you go.
But I still don't understand the triangle. That's I'm lost too.
The reality triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, stay through this and we'll get to the triangle last. It'll be the last hour of the day.
Oh, all right. I'll try.
Okay. So, this is just a practice. This now is all about a practice of self-control. Okay, being proactive, and we're taking responsibility for our inner being. Okay, everything that goes on inside us, we may be tired, but we can learn to let all that go. This is where emptiness of being comes in. That who I am is no one. I'm not tired. I'm no one. We just take it as it is. Okay, one step at a time. Okay, so we're gonna talk about the 16 nature, or at least just the outer part. And it has a polarity. Okay, when we talk about the human nature, we're talking about the nature of desire. Okay, and I'm gonna draw a graph that goes from positive to negative. Human nature we do fluctuate between positive and negativity. In addition to the intensity of desire, desire also takes on a direction. Okay, beside from the intensity of desire, it takes on a direction. There is a positive direction and a negative direction. When a desire is for ourselves, we want things only for ourselves. Okay, we call it selfish greed. Okay, when just want things for ourselves, it is selfish and we're greedy. Okay, but when we desire it for other people, right? If we want money for ourselves, right? If we want money to just for ourselves, then that is selfish greed. But there are people who want money for other people, right? They run charity. They want to help other people. So they do have to accumulate a lot of money. But they want money for other people. Okay? So desire, when you want for other people, it becomes altruistic. Okay? Different words. And if you've seen me, then this should be quite different word. But that's okay. Altruistic is wanting the benefit of other people. I may have used the word generous before. Okay, but I'm going to save the word generous for magnanimity. Right? So when we desire only for ourselves, we become selfish and we become greedy. Those are the words that people tend to associate with a person who would want a lot of things for themselves. But if we want things for other people, then the kind of word that is usually associated with a person who wants for other people is altruism. Okay. Next, our tendency to be angry. Anger. Okay. Anger fluctuate between positive and negativity as well. If we are really, really angry and it goes negative, it is called wrath. Okay, and then this is a word in the Christian teaching of it's a sin. Wrath is a sin, one of the 7 deadly sins. In the Buddhist, Zen Buddhism, they talk about anger, they talk about wrath. In the Christian, they also recognize extreme anger as wrath. And the reason we're talking about this is that even though we are drawing from different religion, these are the things that are universal, just irregardless of religion. Doesn't matter what religion you are, we all experience these things. It is universal to human being. That is what being human is about. We have these natures. We have our ego, we have our personality. So if we get very negative with our anger, we become wrathful. But if anger, we allow it to go positive, then we experience a state of satisfaction. Okay, go positive, very satisfied. Okay, so that's anger. Next one is our ignorance. Okay, so we human being, we come with not knowing. Okay, so there's a desire to know, and then there's the nature of not knowing, ignorance. If our ignorance goes positive, we experience clarity. Okay, a positive polarity of ignorance is clarity. Right? We know things, we become aware, enlightenment, clarity. But if we let our ignorance go negative, okay, we let our ignorance go negative, we have, instead of getting clarity, we get the illusion. Okay, we become deluded. Okay, and next one is pride. It's okay to have pride. Okay, you can have a lot of pride in yourself. You can be really confident. Pride and confidence kind of go hand in hand. If it's okay to be prideful. You can be proud of our children, right? Our children did something great and we can be very proud of them. And that's okay. But if our pride goes extremely positive, we can become arrogant. Right? We can be proud that we have this knowledge, the knowledge of the root education. But if we become too prideful about our knowing this, then we can become arrogant about it. We can be proud of our children for their accomplishment. We can talk about it, brag about it. But have you met any parent who's a little too prideful? They're really arrogant about their children's own accomplishment? That's kind of annoying, right? Yeah. Yeah. So extreme pride gets arrogant, okay? And then the extreme negativity of pride is, instead of being confident in yourself, you lose confidence and you experience a state of inferiority. Okay? Being inferior, lack of self-esteem. I'm not good enough. That sounds like one of the barriers that we talked about. Okay, self-awareness, a sense of inferiority. In fact, we'll go back and talk a little bit about how the positive and negative will swing. If you go too positive, you will swing negative. If you go too negative, you will easily swing positive. It's like a pendulum. It does not want to stay on the side. A pendulum wants to come back. Okay, our human mind, our human body, it naturally wants to be in balance. So if we're too positive, we will naturally swing back. In fact, we can just talk a little bit about that right away. If a person is really inferior, really self-deprecating, really lack self-esteem, that itself is a twisted form of arrogance. In fact, they are very prideful about being inferior. It is a subtle and twisted form of arrogance. Can you think about? Can you kind of see that? And in fact, a person who's really arrogant, they're really showing up, they're really showing off. Maybe they're actually really hiding a sense of inferiority. Has anybody ever told you that? Yeah, that person is really, they don't really have a confidence. They're just they're insecure. Arrogant can mask insecurity. Right? So extreme arrogance is actually a form of inferiority. And extreme inferiority, a person insists that they don't know anything. They insist that they are weak. They insist on, being humiliated. It is a way, it's a form of pride. They are proud about being inferior. So it is a form of arrogance.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So, in Vietnam, we, they saying the CEO, I don't know, I'm not good at name, famous name, but he must be either a CEO of Apple or whatever.
Yeah.
And then yeah, and he wear like a polo and a this and a jean, and then came to the stage and
Uh-huh.
and talk. So he very casual, you know,
Uh-huh.
but the way he dressed is very casual, but he but inside he confident. Right. On the opposite side, some people wear name brands clothes, you know, all kind of, sparkle name brands, but in reality they broke.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they broke. They have a lot of credit cards debt.
Yeah.
You know, they put on credit cards for all those kind of, fancy brand, clothes and cars, just to impress strangers.
Yeah.
Right? Is that how it is here?
Human nature.
Right. It's like because they feel inferior inside, so they want to put those brand name and expect people to respect them and think that they have money, but in reality,
Yeah.
they right.
It is
That's what I
looked.
like about Vietnam. Vietnam, the kids all wear the same uniform. Nobody's better than any other. Canada, everybody changes has the best clothes. Exactly what you're saying. Name brand clothes. The other kids that can are treated as lower class.
Right.
And
That's because you're a
everybody's the same.
foreigner. If you live in Vietnam, your seeing will be different. You would notice that the rich kid will wear a uniform that is different than the poor kid.
They make of a different material.
Yeah, your eyes becomes a little more sensitive to the subtle changes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't you
Okay. I don't know that,
the
but
scarf
I'm staying right
higher
beside a school.
quality
So
and yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, just like here in public school,
Some public school here and
Yeah, the school you see, yeah, you see it very clearly, obviously. But in charter school or private school, doesn't matter. You rich or poor, they all wear the same thing. Yeah, everybody go buy the uniform from the same store. There's only two store, that
Yeah.
sell uniform, or maybe one store that sell
Yeah, exactly.
that school uniform. So it doesn't matter you rich or old.
And that's where the arrogance comes from, is from the people that, like in Canada, the ones that have the better clothes. The arrogance comes from there, but they're hiding something like inferiority, like Frank was saying.
Yeah, that's why it's happening in my own family too. Yeah, my brother and sister, they show up and they look at me like, "Are you a pharmacist, right?" I said, "Yeah." "You make a lot of money." "Yeah." And they look at me like, "Why are you wearing it like that?" I said, "I don't care."
Yeah.
I feel confident inside. I don't have to show off. Why I have to show off?
Yeah.
Yeah. My brother and sister are opposite. Oh, they go. And one time it's so funny when the first time I went back to Vietnam, when my parents and four brother and sister are still in Vietnam, and I went back to Vietnam for the first time, and then we went to have a dinner on the boat, and it's so hot that I just dressed
Yeah.
like a lady carry, to sell something on the street. It's just like a noodles and short. It's so funny that the people at the door, they graded my sister as a Việt kiều, for yeah, and then they just ignore me.
Yeah.
It's so funny, but I said, "Oh my God!" I mean, that's the society, It's just
Society is very judgmental.
It does speak to this, right? Does it not, now that we've learned it, does it not speak to this part?
Does it?
We were talking about the clothing, right? Different people, different areas of the world, different personality, have different desire and in imagination about appearance,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
Steve Jobs, his desire and imagination about appearance is a long sleeve shirt and jean. That's it. Stop
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Other people have strong desire and ideation about appearances, about what to wear, what not to wear.
Right.
Okay. And so now that we learn the human concept, we can easily see, oh, okay, so that person has a strong desire and imagination about ideation. And so if we can also look at ourselves, if we become extreme at something, we can kind of look at, okay, so do we have strong desire and ideation about which aspect? Are we interested in appearances? You know, Steve Jobs may not be interested in what he wears, but I bet he's very interested in the way his business is organized.
Right. Right.
That is a different type of appearance.
Right. Right.
I bet he's very interested in the way things are arranged in his, in his factory or in his office, right?
Right. Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah, so human being, we're still interested in appearance. It just take on slightly different form.
That's just like
Yeah.
what level of awareness you're going to be at. Like you get the information in, but do you want to go to serenity or do you want to go to your emotions?
Ah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Right.
So as long as we're stuck out here, we're always looking outside. Okay.
Mhm.
As long as we're stuck in the nature, the human nature, the personality, we're always gonna look outside. And that is why for thousands of years, human beings have not found peace and happiness because we are looking outside.
Right.
So we will analyze the human nature a little bit more before we get to the inner part.
Mhm.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can hear what I hear, and I can see what I see, but now I have more knowledge of, I know what I have to say
Okay, good.
because of my inner being. I have a choice of what I want to say
Yeah.
by changing my inner being.
Ron went to a 10-day offline mental WIT training, and so he's come home with a lot of fresh, lot of clarity.
Yes,
All right.
and I appreciate it. I had three translators there, and I appreciate them very much. They helped me a lot.
So we'll get to your level of clarity in a little bit once we analyze some of this a little bit more. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yes.
desire, we can go back to the desire. Person who has a lot of desire for themselves, very selfish, very greedy. We call it negative.
Mhm.
But if a person accumulates a fortune for themselves, at some point they realize it has no meaning. And so they switch over to altruism. Okay. My favorite example is Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie is the 19th century industrialist. He built railroads. He owned a lot of factories, and he was at one point the richest man in the U.S., if not the richest man in the world. Okay, he accumulated a lot of fortune, and at the end of his life, he realized that doesn't really have much value, so he gave it all away. He became very altruistic, very generous. 90% of his fortune was given to build libraries and charities and other things. And you see that all the time.
Oh yeah.
Present day, what's his name? Who's the richest investment guy in stock? Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett, super rich. Spent a lot of time accumulating a fortune for himself. And then at the end of it, near the end of his life, he's still alive. He's giving it all away. And then the reverse could happen. Somebody could be very altruistic, could spend a lifetime doing charitable work, helping other people. But at some point, they may be too positive and they feel that none of that work has brought them any value, given them no peace, no happiness, and they may end up taking the money from the charity.
Yeah, if the charity didn't do the job well.
Even if the charity does the job well, and an individual, maybe a CEO or something, who at first, people may not see it. They might see that person as a CEO or a financial officer as being very altruistic. They may judge them based on the resume that this person had experience running a lot of charity. They may have made a lot of money for charity, so they may trust an individual financial officer. But if that person doesn't have the inner being, the core, the stability within themselves, at some point, they may experience some undesirable circumstances and they may switch back to taking the money. Okay. I have personally witnessed president of charitable company who steal the money from the charity.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because they go positive at some way and that energy dissipate, the pendulum has to swing back. Okay. And yeah, it's just going to skip ahead. So we kind of get the sense that each of these polarity, if we go too positive, we're forced to swing back. It is very unstable to remain in a very positive, in a very positive position with respect to the human nature. And if we're negative for a long time, something might happen and it'll click and then we will swing positive again. Okay. Next one is we talk about skepticism. Okay. Skepticism. Okay. A negative form of skepticism is doubt. Okay, you don't believe anything, you doubt. Full of doubt. Positive polarity of skepticism is trust. Okay. This too has a positive and negative swing to it. A person may be very trusting by nature, human nature, may be very trusting of other people, trusting of their religion. But if they trust too much, if they go too positive, and at some point that trust may betray them, and they will swing back and they will doubt. This is how people lose their religion. This is how people lose their friends.
Mm-hmm.
You trust somebody completely too much, and then something negative happened as a result of that extreme trust. You felt betrayed, and you swing back to doubt, and you never believe that person again. Right? That is how people lose their religion, lose their faith. They may place their trust in God. Some people may trust in God all their lives. They go to church, they pray, they even preach. They believe that God may, give them the peace that they need, but they may end up losing a loved one or end up in some undesirable circumstances. And if God didn't answer their prayer, they lose their faith in God. Right? So, a human being, we have the nature of skepticism. It swings between trust and doubt. And the more extremely trustful you are, the more likely or more easily you will swing to doubt. And the reverse could happen. A person could be very doubtful. They doubt everything. They don't believe anything. But as a result of that extreme doubt all the time, they may experience undesirable circumstances, and then they are forced to trust. And that is how people find religion. This is how people give themselves to Jesus. They may be a doubtful person for a very long time, but some circumstances happen, it click, and they swing completely the opposite way. A lot of evangelists, right? A lot of reborn Christian. So you go from doubt and trust, and it swings all the time. Okay, so if we understand this swing, then we can begin to take ownership of that swing. Okay, we can learn to sort of maintain a balance. And if needed to swing a little bit in a positive direction. Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about positivity and negative later in terms of energy. And then the next one after skepticism is our ethic. The Vietnamese word is cruel. And it's weird to say that we have a cruel nature. And then the next line, we say that cruelty is not good or bad. This side is not good or bad. It is the positive or negative that will make it good or bad. Right, as I said, there's nothing wrong with pride. It's not a good or bad thing. It is only when you become too arrogant or too inferior that it becomes good or bad. There's nothing wrong with anger. We become displeased and angry all the time, but it only become good or bad when we go to extreme. Nothing wrong with desire. It'll only become good or bad when we desire too much or too little. So it's a little weird to say that the Vietnamese word for it is act, right? Act is cruelty. I don't know how that word came about when the philosophy was first created. But if you say cruelty is not good or bad, because the word cruel is already extreme negative.
Mm-hmm.
Act is already extreme negative. And then the
Right.
line you say cruelty is not good or bad. It's a little weird. So I'm going to change it to with ethic, right? For the purpose of helping other people come to an understanding about the truth. And we're not attached to the word. So human beings, we have ethic. Okay, just like the story illustrated in the Christian story of the Bible, human being, we chose the fruit, we chose to eat from the fruit of knowledge of good and evil. Instead of choosing the fruit of life, which will give us eternal life, we ate from the fruit, we ate from the tree of good and evil, so we know good and evil. So a person who tend to be good, we call that benevolence. Okay. Okay. And a person who tend to be evil, we call that cruelty. This is a noun. If it's a noun, then benevolence, CE. Okay. Cruelty and benevolence. So desire, anger, ignorance, pride, skepticism, and ethic. Even ethic swings back and forth. We may think that we are very benevolent to our children. We do everything for them. We provide for them. We care for them. We love them. We sacrifice for them. But if we are too positive, then at the moment when our children, let's say, disagree with us or disobey us, we can say something or do something. We may punish them in a very cruel way. Do parents not disown their children? Right? We see that happening. Parents will disown their children. So they go from loving their children very much to disowning their children. Very cruel.
Yeah, like hit on a butt with a stick. Được ăn đòn.
Yeah.
Ở Việt Nam á, ăn đòn.
Smack them. Yeah, and then in the old day we would punish our children by spanking them. Okay.
Yeah, spanking. Yep. I still remember.
No. Okay.
Not here in America, but yeah, in Vietnam.
Okay. And it is also possible that we can be very cruel to somebody. And somehow by being so cruel that we may experience some undesirable circumstances and we come to a realization and we can swing back to becoming more benevolent. This is how criminals get rehabilitated. Okay, this is how people becomes transformed when they may spend a lot of time doing very cruel thing, do a lot of bad thing, but somehow through the process of experiencing the outcome of their cruelty, they come to a realization that, oh, cruelty is not the way to behave, and they can swing back to becoming very benevolent, very good.
Children are very good at that. Being cruel, and they come back.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't swing a lot, and they quickly come back because their personality and their ego is their layer is not as deep and as it's not as thick.
Yeah.
Not as thick as we are. They are still malleable. The light.
Well, they have the sense that, oh, I don't have anything to play with anymore. I better be friends with them again, or whatever. Be positive towards them, and he'll be my friend again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And they are blessed, and because the light of innocence, the light of truth is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Takes time and experience to develop the ego. It takes time and experience to develop the personality. And
Yeah.
so now we understand more about the human construct, right?
Yeah, children are quite like at the offline. There was a lot of kids there, and because I'm the only white guy there, they all kind of came towards me. And there's a few of them were hesitant until the main one comes up and he gives me a hug, and all of a sudden everybody else is trusting. Oh, he's not that bad. I'll come and give him a hug as well. They're pretty easygoing that way, trusting.
Right. Right.
Oh, yeah. So Ron, you create a lot of values for people just being you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was quite fun. Time went by very fast there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So after ethic is our we have the judging nature. We have the nature of judgment. Judgment. Okay. We judge. Okay. Human being, we judge. We prejudge. Okay. That's called prejudice. A person who is very negative in terms of judgment, we call that person obstinate. Obstinate. Okay. Obstinate is refusing to let go of your own judgment, refusing to let go of your view, your perspective. That's a negative form of judgment. A person who is more positive in terms of judgment is instead of using let's use acceptance. I don't like to use the word acceptance. I'm going to use open-minded. Right? A person is open-minded, is open to receiving ideas from other people. Right? A person who is very obstinate doesn't want to listen to anybody. Their own judgment is the final say. Now, how does this swing between positive and negative? A person who is very open-minded, the problem with being open-minded is you accept everything. Everything, anybody say anything, you believe them. After a while, they can get overwhelmed. They don't know what to believe. And then they shut down. They swing back to being very obstinate. Right? So being open-minded is a good thing. We like people who are open-minded, but a person who accepts everything, they believe everything. In a way, it's kind of related to the trust too. Okay, we accept everything that people say, then we don't really have any of our own opinion. We may be misled by other people when we're too open-minded. We have no opinion of ourselves, no opinion of our own to rely on, and we may encounter a negative, undesirable circumstance as a result of our open-mindedness. A person who is way too open-minded, too positive, accept everything. But if you accept everything, then you accept truth, and you also accept false. You accept good things and bad things. The part of reception here, right? Here's part of our human nature, the reception. A person who is open-minded has no door in the reception. It's wide open, everything comes in, so they're taking all the good and the bad, they're taking everything in. And at some point, they may experience a negative circumstances, and that will close the door. They will say, that's enough, I don't believe anybody anymore. I don't want to hear anything from anybody. They become obstinate. And vice versa. A person who has strong judgment, very obstinate to their own personal viewpoint. Stick to my own viewpoint. I'm the one who is right. My way is the best. If they're really negative, they may encounter a situation where they will lose a loved one as a result of their obstinate. Do we hear stories of some loved ones having an argument with a loved one, being very obstinate about it, and then the loved one would go away and they would die or something like that, and the obstinate person will regret not listening to the other person. And so from then on, they open their mind and they are more open-minded. Right? Negative and positivity is always there. They're always ready to swing back and forth. Okay. And so human being, we are constantly looking outside of ourselves for the things that give us peace and joy. Should we wait for Marianne? Let's take a quick break. Take a quick break. It is 9:02 p.m. in the US. Let's take an 8-minute break and we'll come back at 9:10. Okay, so 8 minutes. Okay? Yeah, gonna take a quick break.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just write down break until rest, break. Rest, break. Until 9:10 p.m. EST. That makes it 12:10. Okay. So the reason we take all the trouble to go through the different positive and negative polarity of the human construct, right? Our purpose is to take ownership of it. Okay? If we take ownership of our inner being, of our emotion, of our ego mind, we can understand it, that we can be responsible for it, and we can proactively choose how to respond. Okay? We can choose how to respond. And up to now, for the past many thousands of years, people have been looking outside of themselves to find that which makes them happy or give them peace, and they never do because it's outside of themselves. So if we are to take ownership of ourselves, not only do we need to know the 16 human nature, we need to ultimately take ownership of the inner being. Okay, so we're gonna draw a little picture of the inner being. We understand where the word will come from, right? Okay, we talked about the idea of the logos, the will of God. Okay, the word of God. Human being, we have this will, and we have we are the built in the image of God. The Sanskrit word, I think, is manas, manas, manas. If we look to the original word that is taught to the original Zen Buddhist, manas. But that's it's just a foreign word. It's going to be trouble to explain them anyway. So let's stick with the word will for now. Okay, it points to a certain reality. It points to the truth that does not change over space and time. And we're going to discover how this truth will set us free. Okay, we have the will to hear, the will to see, the will to speak, and the will to know. Enveloped in a circle or a shell of light. We use the yellow circle because in the Buddhist representation, the inner being is surrounded by a halo or an aura of light. Our true nature is very bright. Not only that, light is very balanced. Light wave is, even though it is electromagnetic, it doesn't fluctuate very much. It stays very balanced. It is very high frequency, okay? And in the Christian representation of a holy person, we often see pictures of a holy person being represented by an aura of light or a halo of light. Right? All the pictures of the saint, the pictures of Jesus, the picture of Mary and Joseph. Angels are depicted with a cute little circle of light. Okay, so this is a representation of holiness, of purity, okay, of innocence. It is a representation of our true self. It's image of God, it's Buddha nature. So this is our inner being. Outside of it, outside of it is our ego personality. Ego personality. Okay, let's do that again. Got in the way. Okay, so inside is our true nature. Well, we have the here, we have the see, speak, and we have the will to know. Wrapped up in a layer of high energy balancing light. Outside of that is a layer I'm going to use a different word. I'm going to say ego mind. Okay, ego mind. And right outside of that, we have another layer called our emotion. Okay, and you can draw this with me. Wow, Marianne is exercising.
Yes.
That's awesome. I love it.
I have been sitting all day with you.
I love it. It's great. Okay, good energy. Okay, I'm gonna draw it like this. There are certain verbs associated with each layer. So with the mind or the ego personality, we say that we use that to analyze. Analyze. With the emotion, we react. With the inner being, we simply receive it. Okay. And so what we have here so when we interact with other people, this is human being, right? We're a human being and we're studying human experience and human life. And that usually involves us interacting with other people in the external world. As we experience an event, or we hear somebody say something, or we see some images, those are information. Okay. The reception part of us receive, oh yeah, the reception part of us eventually receive the information from the outside world. Could be a word that somebody said, could be an image, could be an event that's happening. Now, normally, when we experience something from the outside world, for some people, we immediately react. We immediately activate the emotion. We respond. Other people, it goes through the layer of the ego mind and we start to analyze. Take, for example, if somebody was to call us crazy, okay? If somebody calls us crazy, it depends on where we are in terms of our desire and ideation about resources, appearance, identity, sustenance, and comfort. If somebody calls us crazy, if we have a strong desire and ideation about identity, if we are very attached to our identity, we may think of ourselves as a person who's, let's say, very intelligent, for instance, and somebody calls us crazy and we are attached to it, it's possible that due to our desire and ideation about identity, in response to somebody calling us crazy, we could activate maybe anger, we could activate judgment, we could automatically activate pride in either a positive or negative direction. And immediately that ego mind may initiate some emotion. We may feel upset. Or if we are the kind of person who likes to be a clown and we like to joke around, and we do like to say crazy things, to joke around, and other people call us crazy, then instead of being upset, we may feel a sense of positivity. We may feel good that people call us crazy because we're trying to be look crazy, because we're trying to be a clown, right? And so it is our emotion and our ego mind want an information that has been entered into our inner being. If it passes through the layer of our emotion, it takes on a positive or negative charge. If it passes through the layer of our ego mind, it takes on a positive or negative charge. It has been colored by our own feelings and thinking, our thoughts and our feeling. And so when it comes to our inner being, it is no longer true. It has been colored, or it has been flavored, or it had been weighed down by positive and negative charge of the emotion and the mind. All right. But if we just know, if we bypass the emotion and the mind, if we just bypass it, if we learn to bypass the emotion and the mind, we don't let feelings interfere, we don't let our analyzing, thinking mind interfere, then we simply receive information as information. We hear it and we see it authentically as it is. It is pure and it carries no weight. It's just information. What if somebody called us beautiful? If somebody called us beautiful, and depending on our personality, depending on our, let's say, skepticism as well, some people may think that being called beautiful is a positive thing. If they are interested in appearance, and somebody called them beautiful, they may enjoy being called being beautiful, and they will feel happy, right? It takes on a positive charge. But if a person, let's say, has a very strong sense of skepticism, they may still be interested in appearance, but they have a strong skepticism, and somebody, let's say a stranger, call them beautiful. And at the same time, that person, let's say they may have a inferior sense of pride, they lack self-esteem, and somebody call them beautiful and they have strong skepticism, then they may say, oh, why are you calling me beautiful? What do you want? Why are you trying to manipulate me? Then the word pretty or the word beautiful no longer pure. It has taken on a positive or negative charge as a result of the personality. And that person may experience an emotion as well. And the process is so fast. Okay, it comes in, it goes through our emotion, it goes through our mind, and it's happened in a split second, a nanosecond. And so we forget that we have this inner being. We become attached to our desire, we become attached to our emotion. We think that who we are is our emotion and our mind. We start to identify ourselves with our emotion and our mind because the process of reacting and thinking happens so quickly. We don't even realize it. And for those people who are so heavily invested in the emotion and their mind, never really feel peace because they identify with the sense of feeling and their analytical mind. But fortunate for those of us who have been exposed to this philosophy, we understand that there is a truth inside of us. There is an inner being that if we let information pass through, bypassing the emotion and the mind, we receive that information straight into our true self. And all we know is that, okay, we hear that word is crazy, or we see that as somebody saying beautiful or something like that, then it takes on no positive or negative charge. It becomes very light. And from that lightness, we experience inner peace. Did you guys get that so far? I want to appreciate those of you who have just recently joined the Zoom. Hello, Miss Phương. Hello, and Hong. There's two Phương here. Lê Hà Phương, thank you for being in here for a while. Hello, Mr. or Miss Lam. Are you able to open your camera and your microphone and say hello?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm here.
Okay. I'm grateful for you guys taking the time to join us. Thank you. Chị Lam, you were in the Thursday Zoom with us, right, before?
So I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your power. You work for 24 hours now.
We are at the hour number, I think 15. I think 6 o'clock p.m. here would have been 12 hour number 15 now. Okay, so we are talking about the human construct. Okay. Do you have any question about the human construct so far? Before that, I forgot to mention, this is important. So everybody who joined this Zoom, I'm inviting you to write down 5 wishes, 5 desires, 5 things that you want to turn into reality. Okay, can you do that for me? Those of you who have recently joined. Phương EUS, how do you say that? Phương EUS? What does that mean?
Hello, teacher. I'm Phượng. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So here, do this. If you have pen and paper, okay, do me a favor. You can help me with this. Write down 5 things. 5 desires. Okay. Or dreams. Or wishes. Can you do that for me? Can you write down 5 desires or dream or wishes that you want to turn into 5 realities? Okay, can you do that for me? Would you like to share some of your wishes? So Miss Phương or Miss Lum, would you like to share with the rest of the group what are some of the things that you want in life? It could be in any areas of life. It could be related to your health. Okay, it could be your relationship. Or it could be your finance. Okay, so chị Phương, what would you say are some of your 5 things that you want? Become wealthy. Okay, Trần Thị Phượng say you want to become wealthy. Okay. Anything else? Okay, Chị Lâm, what are your 5 things? Because by joining this Zoom today, we are going to help you turn those wishes into reality.
Yeah. For me, it seems like I don't have many desires, but the first thing I wish I wish for my son. I wish him more stronger, healthier. Because after COVID pandemic, he is weaker than before. So the first thing I wish for him is important for me that he will become as strong as before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
And the second thing that's about the relationship between I and my and one of my friends and my best friends. We are close friends, and but now she said that I we have something in our relationship. Um, the woman I said you before that she has some wrong decision, so it's affect her career, and the wrong decision that make her career is not good. It isn't good like she want. So but he maybe she doesn't realize that, and we advise we give some advice for her, but she doesn't want to hear to listen. So
Okay.
yeah, so uh, that's I wish one day she will realize that um, she can find the good way to for her job, that because now she make her parents uh, and her relatives sad. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for sharing your wishes. Okay. You have a friend, a close friend that you are concerned about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And
And
chị Phượng,
and I have
you,
one more.
yeah, what else?
That I am going to to build a new house for my parents. So I wish it will be it will be suôn sẻ. It will be, yeah. Maybe next after Tet holiday I am going to do this. So I hope it will be good for my parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you saying you're building a house?
Yeah, a small house. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good wishes. Okay.
Thank-
Build a house for your parent. You want to help your close friends, make her be help her be more happy, right?
yeah.
Okay. And chị Phượng, did you want to share anything of say something a little bit about your wishes?
Mhm. Thank you, sir. I don't speak English very well, so I uh, I hope you guys will sympathize with my limitation.
I am very sympathetic.
Yeah. Yes, this is the first time I join in your Zoom, so I I want to improve my English about the um, with technology. Yes, uh, I would like to share my desire. First time, I think the most biggest desire is I hope my closer um, have good health, especially my children, my husband, my parents, and my parent-in-law. Um, yes, and every and my friends. So I hope them have good health. Uh, the secondly, I my desire is uh, I can become a richest. Yes, and the third is I become a professional in my job, and I think when I get the highest level knowledge in my job, I will become rich. Yes. So I took in near future, I want to learn um, pro, professional about educational. Um, tiến sĩ giáo dục biết không? Em Đợt tới là em mong muốn em học được tiến sĩ giáo dục ấy thầy. Vâng,
Your
yes.
English is fine. You don't need to break into Vietnamese. Your English is great. Okay. I
Yeah,
understand everything you're saying.
that's all. Thank you for listening.
Yeah. Your the word closer, my closer, that's not the appropriate word. What you mean is your relative, right? Your family. My family have good health. That's what you want. Okay. The word closer doesn't mean anything in this context. So my relative or my close relative, right? My close relative are your immediate family. Okay, you have distant relative far away, and you have close relative. Okay, so my closer doesn't mean anything. My close relative is the right word. Okay. Second comment, don't use the word withology. It's weird. Don't use withology. Okay, so instead of saying withology, I want you to change it to say philosophy of root education. Okay, don't go around saying the word withology is weird. It's weird. Okay, it won't be accepted. You will run into trouble later on when we try to export it. So just say the philosophy of root education. Okay, we want to learn more about the philosophy of root education. We would like to share the philosophy of root education, okay, to our family, to our friend, to the rest of the world. Because the word withology, it doesn't make sense, and you run into problem later. Okay. So, okay, so thank you for sharing. Okay, great dreams. By sharing it, everybody in the Zoom here is gonna maintain that picture for you. Okay, the first half of the day so far, we went through the entire root cause formula, the formula for the root cause of life. We worked on the we worked on the formula of causality. Okay, causality. And what it says is that good cause, okay, plus positive condition or affinity condition equals desired outcome. Okay. Another way of saying good cause is good seed. Positive condition, that is affinity. Desired outcome is the fruit. Okay. And in the root cause formula, or the formula for the root cause of life, we look at the good seed. And our good seed in us is the mental images. Okay, so now we're looking, that was the root cause formula is the scientific perspective, the scientific approach to having the kind of good seed in order to bring about desirable fruit. Good mental images bring about desirable fruit. That is the religious perspective. Now we're working on the human construct. This is a religious religious perspective or spiritual perspective as well. Some ideas are not specific to any religion. Okay, they are common to the Christianity religion as well as to the Buddhist religion. And so now we are looking at the idea of our inner being. Okay, so human beings, we have different layers. We have the layers of our inner being. Our inner being contains the will to hear, to see, to speak, and to know. Wrap around a layer of highly balanced, high energy light, electromagnetic light. Outside of that, we have a layer of the ego mind, or the 16th personality, which we use to analyze. And then outside of that, we have the emotions or the feelings, which we use to react to things. And whenever we receive an information, like somebody call us crazy or somebody say that we're beautiful, if we let emotion, if we let the information travel through the emotion and the mind, then they take on a positive or negative charge. They become sort of heavy, and they affect our being. On the other hand, if we can learn to bypass the emotion and the mind, we let the information go straight into our inner being, our true self, then the information is just pure information. It doesn't take on any positive or negative charge. And as a result of being light, free from the burden of the personality, free from the burden of the emotion, we can experience inner peace. Okay? Does that make sense? So the goal that we're trying to do is to take ownership of our own life, ownership of the outcome. And in order to take ownership of the outcome, we need to take ownership of our inner being, take ownership of our emotion, take ownership of our mind, and ultimately retake ownership of our true selves. We never lost it, we have it. Even while we were babies, a fetus inside our mother's womb, we already have the ability to hear and to see. And after we're born, we learn to speak and we start to know. And once we hear and see, we can't stop hearing and seeing anymore. We are already always hearing and seeing. And once we learn to speak and to know, we can't stop learning. We cannot stop knowing. And we cannot stop thinking or speaking because we're speaking in our mind. And this does not change. We are already always hearing, seeing, speaking, and knowing. Okay? And why is it that we use the quote from the Bible that says, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free"? It's simply this. The truth is that we are already always seeing here. When an information comes in, somebody say we're crazy or somebody call us beautiful, and we don't let the emotion and the mind take control of it, we receive it authentically as the truth. Whatever we see, that becomes the truth. And without being burdened, without being chained down or tied down by our emotion and our mind, we experience inner peace. And that is very freeing. And that is why in the Bible it says you will know the truth. When you know that we are hearing and we know that we see, then we will be free. Because we are not trapped by emotion. We are not burdened by the mind. Does that make sense? That is what it's called the truth that does not change over space and time. And that is why it is said that you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. It is freeing because we are not trapped by the emotion of the mind once we discover the truth within ourselves, which is, I know that I hear and I know that I see. So with the inner being, all we do, we just receive it. We just receive it. And that's it. No need to feel, no need to judge. Okay? So once we experience this state of emptiness, once we experience this state of truth, then after that, we can proactively choose to react with emotion, or we can choose to analyze. Before we discover the truth within ourselves, we immediately react with our emotion, or we immediately start to analyze and think. We waste a lot of energy doing that. Right? And oftentimes our emotion could be positive or negative. Our minds start to analyze depending on our personality, depending on our nature. And we are trapped by it. But the moment that we experience the truth, the moment that we know that, okay, I hear and I see, and I just receive it, we are not bothered by the emotion and the mind, then we can experience that space of emptiness. And then after that, we can proactively choose to react with emotion or with analytical thinking. But when we have first experienced a state of emptiness, then our choice to choose the emotion or the mind becomes clearer. We tend to make better choice coming from a state of peace and emptiness than if we just immediately react. Once we make a choice, we can choose what emotion to react. You can even choose to generate anger. Whereas previously, before we discovered the truth within ourselves, we may react to something with anger. But that anger is something that's controlling of us. It is not us controlling our anger. We are being controlled by it, right? It is often said that angry people make bad choices, right? Out of anger, we may hurt other people. We may hurt ourselves. Without understanding the truth within us, when our children misbehave, we may end up hurting them. And we hurt ourselves in the process, oftentimes due to anger. But with the truth, once we experience the truth and we experience the peace that comes with it, and we can proactively choose the emotion, you can generate anger. You can intentionally choose to be angry. You can take control of anger, and it becomes a powerful tool in disciplining yourself or do whatever it is that we need to do. Has any of you been able to generate an emotion proactively and consciously? Anybody here been able to actually proactively choose an emotion? Or is it still something elusive? I have. Whereas previously, before I knew that I had this will, I used to get easily angry with my son and other people. When I get angry, I would break things. All that does is cause suffering for me and for other people. But the moment I discovered that I have the will to see things as information, and let's say when I'm trying to discipline my son and he doesn't listen, first, I just know that, okay, this is what's happening. My son is not listening. I experience inner peace. And then after that, I think about, okay, what do I need to do now to help my son listen? And I can actually get angry, but in a perfectly controlled amount. I would raise my voice, I would speak loudly, or I would yell at my son, but immediately, as soon as I see my yelling take effect, I stop right away. I have learned to control my emotion, my anger. It becomes a tool, a proactive choice. Anger becomes a proactive choice, not something that we react simply because our emotion tells us to do. Take our mind, for example. Okay, go ahead, Jipo. Go ahead and change your device. Okay, our mind. We're always thinking. We're always thinking, right? We're always analyzing. Have we been able to turn off the thinking? No. Our mind is a tool. It is a wonderful tool to help us analyze, to judge, to feel, to survive. But like all tools, after you use it, you should turn it off. If you hold up a tool, imagine a power tool. Imagine a drill, like a power drill that you use to or some kind of equipment, right? Imagine holding a power tool to do something. A power drill, let's say you want to screw in, you build a house, you use a power tool, and the tool is running. And after you finish using it, it doesn't stop. Imagine the tool refusing to stop. Well, that's what our mind is doing if we can't stop it. So after a while, instead of using our mind, it is like our mind is using us. We are no longer in control. We are not the owner of our mind if we do not learn how to stop our thinking. We are not using our mind is using us. But fortunately, somebody has discovered that we can turn it off. Okay, so there is an off button to this mind. And it lies in the inner being. And the way to do that, you can kind of imagine a river. Okay? And there is this bamboo raft. There's this bamboo raft. And the bamboo raft is floating across the river. And this is the river of serenity. And the bamboo raft is a raft of hearing and seeing. So whenever an information comes in, especially when the emotion and the mind has taken over, somebody says something that you immediately feel insulting, you feel bad, or some event happened, it could be an undesirable event happening, and we immediately feel bad, we jump on the raft. And the way to do that, to jump on the raft, is simply you say, I know that I see, I know that I'm hearing. I know that I'm seeing, I know that I'm hearing. Or you can short it up. No seeing, no hearing. No that seeing, no that hearing. And you stay on the raft. You just stay focused on, I know that I see, I know that I am hearing, for as long as you can. And the longer we stay on this raft, the longer we will feel serenity or inner peace. Don't fall off the raft. Don't fall off into the river of chaos. The river is all the emotion and the analytical mind thinking. Stay on the raft. The longer we maintain that state of, I know I see, I know I hear, the longer we feel inner peace. And that space, it's called emptiness of being. Okay? And this applies to any and all situation. It could be a circumstance, it could be a person saying something, at all time, we can practice. I know I'm hearing, I know I'm seeing. And that's it. And the more our mind wants to take control, the more our emotion wants to take control, the more we hold on to the raft of hearing and seeing. And it takes a little bit of practice. After a while, we don't have to make too much effort holding on to the raft anymore. We will truly experience emptiness, and from emptiness comes serenity and inner peace. Okay? This is mastery of the inner being. We can't master ourselves as long as our emotion, our mind is in control. We can only master our inner being when we master the true self. If we can stay in the space of emptiness by employing this technique, say that I know that I hear, I know that I see, and that's it. And maintain that space throughout. And the time during which this raft float across the river is inner peace. And from then, once you experience a degree of inner peace, we can proactively choose how we want to think. We can proactively choose how we want to feel. We can express our emotion. Right? Our inner being is right here. After that, we can choose how to express. We can express it with word, or we can express it with action. And the human, in the root cause formula, we talk about mental images. Right? When an information comes into us, we can choose how to receive that information. If we receive it in a positive or negative way, or we can simply receive it as the truth. It's just information. And once we receive it, we can choose to make it a part of our cognition. If we want to retain it for future purposes, we make it a part of our cognition, our knowing. Or we can choose to forget about it and let it pass. I just know that I hear and I know that I see, and that's it. I experience inner peace. And this is the truth that will set us free. If we can experience this truth, that I'm always knowing and I'm always already seeing, and I don't need to judge, I don't need to feel unnecessary emotion, then it becomes freeing, right? It can become pretty freeing. It is very liberating to be able to master our inner being. That is it. That's why in the Bible it says, you will know the truth and the truth will set you free. So does anybody want to share what they've learned so far in that little discussion? Okay.
Yes, I had experience for that. That I have in the past. I had argument with my friend when I hear someone said that she talk something not good about me, then my emotion. So I feel anger, and I feel it's not unpleasure. So I call her and I talk with her. I talked to with the meaning and the feeling and pressure. A bit angry. So we had a small argument, and that's not it didn't stop. It didn't stop that we arguing on the phone, and and then I decided I decided that I stopped it. I stopped that, and I ignore them. I ignore it, and then I and then I feel it's some after some day I feel it's gossip. It was a gossip, and I didn't need to care about this. And then after sometimes after some I have some time with the I mean after some time I had that's I had some problem like that, and I feel that that's the way the way you give you give us is the best. Yes, to get the peace, to get to can realize that's what is the truth, and we can get the peace inside. It's not important to give. It's not important to decide that's true or wrong.
Yeah. So you did you experience peace after
Yes.
realizing that?
Yes,
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. It is freeing, right? You feel kind of free from the burden of the emotion.
Yeah.
It's light. You're very light. And in fact, the energy, when we talk about energy, this inner energy is very high, okay, very balanced. If we allow ourselves to fluctuate in our mind and our emotion, then our energy is very low. We're going to talk next about energy. Okay, we're going to talk next about energy and how our human energy will determine the quality of life, the kind of outcome that we experience in life. Okay, between high energy, low energy, and super high energy. So let's jump to the next part. Okay. So the previous part was a discussion using the religious and spiritual perspective. Okay. We'll get back to that perspective later when we talk about the operating principle of the subconscious mind. What we did earlier today is we actually talked about the operating principle of the conscious mind. Okay, understanding our emotion, understanding our mind, that is our conscious mind. Okay, we understood that our mind has positive and negative, that our emotion has positive and negative. That is the operating principle of the conscious mind. Okay. In a little bit, we will go to talking about the operating principle of the subconscious mind. Okay, but before that, we're going to talk about energy. Okay, energy. Before we talk about energy, let me call to your attention the idea of physical matter. Okay, physical matter. And the concept of empty space. Okay, physical matter and empty space. If I take this cup, okay, this cup, it is physical matter, right? Around it is empty space. Right, this cup is physical matter. Around that is empty space. Now, when it comes to physical matter, scientists want to look deep inside of physical matter and find out what makes up physical matter. Okay? So what they do is they divide matter into smaller and smaller and smaller components. If this cup were to be divided into half and divided into half, half again, and we come down to this smallest, the smallest structure of physical matter, scientists discover that it was the atom. The atom is the simplest structure that makes up physical matter. And as science develop and progress, they break down the atom. They can break down the atom into smaller components. And scientists were able to discover that atoms are made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And then they try to break down those even more. They can break down the protons and the neutrons, and they discovered that within protons and neutrons, there are even smaller pieces called quarks, and they have different names. But when they go down to the very, very bottom level, they realize that all matter is just made up of tiny little particles. They call them fundamental particles. Okay, I'll write it down for you. Then a lot of you are still learning English. Physical matter physical matter, fundamental particles. Particles. Okay, they are made up of tiny fundamental particles, tiny little pieces of stuff. Now, as the physicists or the scientists, they study the fundamental particles some more. They look deep down some more. They found that the fundamental particles are moving. They are always moving. They're always vibrating. All matters in the universe are moving. They are in motion. They are vibrating. They are either moving somewhere or they are staying in one place and they are vibrating up and down or sideways. They are vibrating. In fact, if a fundamental particle stop vibrating, stop moving, they will actually cease to exist. Okay, this is just a little bit of knowledge about the physical world from a scientific perspective. All things, in order to exist, they have to vibrate, or they exist as a particle. And scientists measure that vibration, and they call it a frequency. Okay? A frequency is just a measurement of a vibration. How many vibration per second is the unit, okay? A measure as a frequency. Now, furthermore, scientists discover that some physical matter moves at different rate. And so some are moving fast, some are moving small, some are vibrating fast, and some are vibrating more slowly. And so we're going to come to an idea about vibration. It is called vibration No. Vibrational energy frequency. Frequency, let's write that again. Frequency, okay, vibrational energy frequency. Because it turns out that as science has proven that all physical matter are by nature energy. All things vibrate, and their vibration makes them energy. And they vibrate and they move at different speed. Okay, they vibrate and they move at different speed. And because of the way they move, things that move more slowly are easier for us to see. Take, for example, my hand on this share screen right here, right? If my hand is not moving, we can see my hand very easily. All right? If my hand moves slowly, you can still see it. If my hand were to move faster, it become kind of blurry. You notice? It's blurry. It's hard to see my hand now. If my hand were to move super fast, I don't know if I can do it, but if my hand were to move super fast, then you can't see at all. Do you get that? So if my hand were to move slowly, we can see. If my hand moves really fast, it becomes blurry. If my hand moves super fast, you can't see at all. But just because my hand moves super fast and we can't see it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Right? It exists, we just can't see it because it's moving so fast. And so scientists have come to this conclusion that there's something called a vibrational energy frequency. It is a measurement of the vibration or the movement. Whereas previously, we judge, we decide if something is physical matter or not. It's only if we see it. Take water, for example. If we can see water, it is a physical matter, right? We see liquid water. But if water is heated up, if we put heat into water, we make it hot. It starts to evaporate. It turns into air, vapor, and then we can no longer see it. But it doesn't mean that water has ceased to exist. Water is still there. It still exists as physical matter. It is just in the form of water vapor, in the form of air. And so we have to expand the idea of physical matter. Whereas previously, physical matter is what we can see. Okay? But now, just because we cannot see it doesn't mean that it ceases to exist. We can feel it. You know, you can feel the air around it. If we evaporate, if we boil a kettle of water and it gets hot and it boils, the water, the liquid water turns into air. And even though we can no longer see it, if we put our hand in top of the stove, we're going to get burned because of the steam. So we can feel it. Right? We can feel physical matter, even though we can no longer see it. Now, what about things that we cannot even see or things that we cannot even feel? Like Wi-Fi signal. We all use the telephone. We cannot see the Wi-Fi signal, but we know that Wi-Fi signal exists because our phone works. Right? Wi-Fi has to exist because our phone works. Without Wi-Fi signal, without the wave, we cannot use our phone. And so even though we cannot see it, we cannot feel it, but we know about it. So as long as we are aware of it, then we can know about the physical matter that exists, even though we cannot see it. And so that brings us to this idea. So let's say if I draw a table, hang on. Let's say I'm drawing a table. Okay. On the table is a ball. Okay. That is a physical matter, the ball. Around the table is just empty space. Just empty space around the table. Now the scientists have determined that in order, this is a ball, okay, this is the object. We call this the observed object. Okay, this is an observed object. And we see it. So this is, I'm going to draw an eyeball, and we can see the ball. So we are the observer. Okay, this is an observed object, and we are the observer. Now, it turns out that we can see or feel or aware of something is because we are a vibrational energy frequency match for it. We are a vibrational energy frequency match for it. Take visible light. We can see anything. We can see visible light. Right? Visible light goes from red to orange to yellow to green to blue to violet. Those are visible light. Human beings, we see those colors. We see those colors because our eyes are a vibrational energy frequency match with those frequencies of light. Yeah, you get that so far? There are other light that we cannot see. Infrared, which is a wavelength of red that is outside of our eyes' ability to see. We cannot see infrared. There are light that we cannot see beyond violet. It is called ultraviolet. The sun sends light down to Earth, and it hits our skin. The UV, your ultraviolet light, can hit our skin and it can burn our skin, but we can't see it because our eyes are not a vibrational energy frequency match for it. Have you ever stand still and you saw a train pass by really fast? Anybody stand still and saw a train or a bus pass by really fast? Or a car zoom right by really fast? Yeah? The bus or train pass by really fast and we can't really see anything. Just like my hand moving really fast, but we can't see anything. But if we are traveling on a train going really fast, and we see another train also going really fast on the same direction, two trains going on the same direction really fast, but if they happen to be at the same speed and direction, then we can look across the window and we see the other passenger and we say hi. Right? Could we do the same thing with cars or bus? We can look across the window and we see the other person, because both our vehicle and the other vehicle is traveling at the same speed. So we can sense it, we can see it. But if the other car is going the opposite direction or a different speed, then it's hard for us to sense that other vehicle, right? Because we are not a vibrational energy match. If two buses or if two trains are traveling at the same speed in the same direction, then they are a vibrational energy frequency match with each other. And so we can see each other. Very simple. Take the radio, right? We listen to the radio, old school radio. We want to listen to music, or we want to listen to some news on the radio. Radio comes with different frequency, different channel or station. And if we want to hear a certain station, we have to turn the knob, but we tune the radio to that specific frequency in order to hear what's going on in that channel. Same with old school TV. We have to tune the TV to the specific frequency. If we're off by a little, then we hear static, a lot of static. And if we're off by a lot, we hear nothing. The content of that radio station becomes nothing to us, becomes empty space to us, because we are not a vibrational energy frequency match with it. All we gotta do is turn the knob slightly so that we are in tune, we are a vibrational energy frequency match, and then we can experience it. We can see it, we can feel it, and now we are expanding our senses to awareness of something. There are things that we see and feel, but then there are physical matter and things that we cannot see and feel, but they still exist in our awareness. We can become aware of the fact that there are Wi-Fi, even though we don't see or feel it, because it is part of our knowledge. We can be aware of their Wi-Fi. Well, our phone will tell us with a signal. Okay. A doctor, for example, a doctor studies bacteria and germs and viruses. And so a doctor can become aware of the existence of germs and virus in many different places in the room. On the keyboard, a doctor will know there's virus and germs on the keyboard. You know, the virus and germs on the doorknob of the door that we use to handle. If we have no education of germs and viruses, then we would not be aware of it. It would not exist for us. It is emptiness. It is empty space for us. But if we have studied germ, we study virus and bacteria, and we know where they exist on our keyboard, on the doorknob, then they exist to us, even though we can't see it or feel it. They exist as part of our knowledge and awareness. All right. So there's a concept, a saying, something some things can be empty space for others, but physical matter in our awareness. it's more accurate. Has to do with the senses. Okay. Some things can be empty space in other people senses. Okay. To them, their senses, they can't see or feel it, but can be physical matter in our awareness. Other people cannot see it, they cannot feel it, but it is real to us, it is physical to us because we have an awareness of it. Something can be empty space in other people's senses, but can be physical matter in our awareness. Okay, so we've been talking about physical matter. What about things in a human experience? Other things in the human experience that are empty space for other people, but are physical matter in our awareness. Or it could be very real or physical in our senses as well. Take, for example, happiness. Happiness. Is anybody here fortunate enough to have see or feel happiness? You can raise your hand or shake your head. Anybody here fortunate enough to have experienced happiness?
We all can see happiness, in children's, even when you see children, playing or her babies, you just look at them and you smile.
Yeah.
That's happiness.
Okay.
And then and you send and it's for some reason when you look at baby, they give you a sense of peace.
Okay. So you've been fortunate enough to experience happiness yourself, whether in seeing a baby or being with somebody special, you have experienced happiness for yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
And you have experienced happiness for yourself because you are a vibrational energy frequency match for the vibrational energy frequency of happiness. You experience happiness for yourself because you are a vibrational energy frequency match with the vibrational energy frequency of happiness.
Okay.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Makes sense, right?
Right.
Same thing. Yes. Chị Trần Thị Phượng, do you have a question or do you want to share something? Go ahead.
Yes, I want to share my experience about the physical matter and empty space. Uh, you know, I'm a technician and I work at the laboratory, so I often microscopy every patient sample, especially like sputum, urine, or stool, or every sample. So I see I see around us there are many viruses and bacteria. So when I see or I meet a pupil, a person who gets sick or cough, um, uh, they get trouble in their health. I I I I afraid, and because when they breath the, their breath contain many virus or bacteria. So I think that's my physical matter. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So on the one hand, your knowledge of germs and bacteria give you an awareness of germs and bacteria, even though you don't see it, right? Every time somebody cough, you become aware of the presence of germs and awareness in a very physical way. Okay. And here's the thing. I think it's a good idea to go back. You also said something. You feel when when you see people cough or something, you feel afraid, right? You feel afraid. That is an emotion or some mental analysis. And at the same time, you are a vibrational match for germs and viruses.
That's her reaction.
Yeah, that's her reaction.
So
Okay.
that's her emotion.
Yeah, emotion or reaction, right?
Yeah, emotion.
You
Yeah.
become aware of germs and viruses, and
Mm-hmm.
she reacted in terms of emotion. She became a little afraid of it.
Yeah.
So my caution is, so what that means is that she is a vibrational energy frequency match for the germs and virus. And if she is emotional about it, she is also activating some energy. Do you think it's possible that she will get sick? She
Yes,
became
she might.
aware of it. She became an emotional and vibrational match for it. And
Mm-hmm.
now she has just activated a negative, so to speak, a negative emotion. There's a chance that she may get sick. Okay.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if a person who doesn't know anything about germs, they see somebody cough, nothing happens, they go straight, that's just information. They maintain a sense of serenity, and serenity and inner peace is high in vibrational energy. Illnesses, on the other hand, is associated with low energy. Fear, low energy. Worry, low energy. Illnesses, low energy. But inner peace or serenity, joy, happiness, they have been determined by scientists to have very high energy. So a person who is, all they see is somebody coughing, and they maintain a state of serenity, and they maintain a state of positive inner being, then they are not aware of any germs or viruses. Do you think that person is compatible with illness? You get what I'm saying? If a person maintains a high energy level, whereas illnesses and germs are associated with disorder and low energy level. And the person has no vibrational energy match with germs and virus. This is not part of their perception and awareness, and they maintain high energy. They're probably not going to get sick.
Probably, yeah, but
if people have higher vibration, I mean, I think they won't be easy to get sick.
They don't get sick easily. Yeah. Illnesses simply bypass them. Illnesses is incompatible with people who have high energy.
I don't agree though. That doesn't make sense. I mean, how about babies? You know, baby, they have high energies, but they still get sick. I mean, you know, germ everywhere, and you know, it's contagious. So it doesn't matter you have low or high energy. You know, you still get sick.
Yeah, that's right.
But for,
Yeah.
you know, so what you were saying that in order to be happy and have inner peace, you have to experience or you have to see somebody in that stage, right? Like you have to see, hear, you know, what happiness is, how happy people act. Then you have that image in your mind, right? And then you wish you have that kind of you know, energy or happiness. Then you eventually you know, raise your energy level and then you will be matched with happiness energy. I don't know, I'm confused.
That's good.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. That will be covered in the another topic on the human construct. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question. We will talk about the idea of the subconscious mind. Okay, the operating principle of the subconscious mind. We will talk about the idea of the energy of good fortune and bad fortune. Okay, and intellectual merit. We'll talk about that. Okay, it's a good question. There is an answer to that. Why some people get sick regardless of whatever else is going on. But at least,
And vice versa, like COVID. Some
Yeah.
people get COVID and some people don't.
yeah, why do some people get COVID and why do some people don't?
Yeah.
It is unfortunate that in this day and age, people get sick so easily that we don't even have a good mental images of what it means to be healthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's unfortunate. We've been seeing and hearing about illnesses so much. We hear so much about COVID all over the place for years, people dying. Yet there are no information about what it means to live a healthy and happy life.
Yeah, and then even on the TV, the commercial, you know, they don't advertise about happy life.
They advertise about the drugs.
Yeah, all they have, advertise about, hey, you got this problem. Yeah, here is the solution. Buy this medication. Buy this, buy that. Buy this, buy that. You will be happy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how we.
But they never say you'll be happy. They say they'll alleviate your problem.
Right. But then on a picture, people have on a commercial, people are like slapping and you know, happy.
Yeah, they give you a picture of healthy and happy people, and they associate that with fixing problems.
Yeah.
So we get misassociated. Okay, we're looking for outside of ourselves for health and happiness, when the truth is within us. Not only that, when we get an advertising about the drugs, besides from telling the effect of the drug, they have to go in a long disclaimer about the negative possibility.
Yep.
Allergic reaction, you might get more worse, you may die.
Yep.
We are accumulating a lot of negative images. Okay, so all we see is pictures of negativity. Okay, and so no wonder we are a vibrational energy frequency match for illnesses.
So there always darkness.
Yeah. So the human being, and you are in the medical field, you understand that the human being is really good at maintaining balance and fighting off disease. We have something called homeostasis, right? Since we're talking about health, okay, consider this. Human being, we have the natural ability to maintain balance. Homeostasis. Okay, homeo means coming back to the same. To the same. Stasis is a state. State of being. Coming back to the same state. Sounds like home, right? Home. Coming back home. To the state of being safe and balanced. When we are too hot, for example, let's say we work out or we go into the sun or it's summer and the temperature is too high, what does our body do to bring us back to the state of balance?
Sweat.
We sweat. Yeah, the body make us sweat, get rid of the heat, get rid of the moisture, get rid of the salt. That is the body a way of returning our temperature back to a state of balance. We're 37 something degrees Celsius or 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. When we're cold, what does your body do to make us go back into balance?
We shakes.
We raise the vibrational energy.
Yeah.
Okay, when we are cold, our body temperature, our energy is low. Our body will raise our energy by causing us to move, shaking, moving. So we should be appreciative of the fact that our body is always trying to bring us back to balance at any time, all the time. When we go to sleep, our body is supposed to take over the healing process. It repairs the cells, it repairs the damages, it gets rid of toxins, build new cell, and when we wake up, we are supposed to feel better. Our body is supposed to restore us to a state of balance, free from illnesses, right? But unfortunately, human being, we interfere with this process. We interfere with homeostasis. And how do we do that? Stress. We think too much. We feel too strongly. We go negative with our thought. We go negative with our emotion. We put ourselves out of balance. And as a result, our body cannot keep up with the disorder or the dis-ease. Balance is serenity, peace, easiness. Unbalance is dis-ease. Get it? Disease. Disease or dis-ease.
Right. Disease. This is.
Get it? So it's a good play on word, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, disease. This is a word disease. And it's a good play on word.
This ease. Yeah.
Not at ease.
Not at ease. Right.
So as long as we are not at ease, as long as we're not at peace, as long as we're not experiencing serenity, we are out of balance. And it makes it difficult for our body to return to a state of homeostasis, which is balance. When we sleep, see, our mind, our thinking mind, it's a wonderful tool that we use to analyze, judge, and think and survive. But even when we sleep, we don't turn it off. We fall asleep thinking and we wake up thinking. And our dreams don't make sense half the time. And because we never stop thinking, we never stop being dis-ease, our bodies doesn't get a chance to repair and restore. And so after one day, okay. After 2 days, maybe okay. But after weeks and months of dis-ease, of stress, of thinking too much, feeling too much, we get sick. Simply because we are out of order with our natural state of being.
So how we go back to our natural level of well-being, of inner being?
How do we go back to our natural state?
How to get back to you know, to the inner being stage? Meditation.
Realize the truth. Right there. Information comes in. Don't let the emotion and the ego take over too much. Maintain balance and positively oriented. The truth is right there. It's that simple. Recognize this state of emptiness, this truth, and we will overcome all illnesses. In the state of innocence and truth, we are like Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve lived a long time. Okay, if you believe the allegory, Adam and Eve lived to be 900 years old. They didn't experience illnesses. They didn't experience suffering. It is only when they start to desire, right? They desire, and then when they start to feel, to know good and evil, that they lost paradise. They lost Eden. They experienced pain, suffering, and ultimately death. But before that, Adam and Eve had the potential to live forever. It is only when they let the ego take over, the emotion take over, they go out of balance. They lost inner peace. They lost health. And they succumb to disease and death. Okay? But fortunately, the Buddha recognized the truth. Jesus Christ recognized the truth. He said, you want to go to heaven? Be like children. You know, let go of this ego and the mind a little bit. Stay a little bit longer in the true self.
Right. So the Buddha give up all the material. You know. Yeah, he was like a what? A princess or something?
Yeah, the Buddha was a prince.
Yeah, the prince. So yeah, so he gave up all the material, you know, and then went into the jungle and just meditation.
That the Buddha gave up his princeliness. He gave up his fortune, and he tried to find the truth. He tried to look for the way to help people escape from pain, death, and suffering. And he discovered this truth. He discovered that human being, we make the mistake of looking for physical, material possession, things outside of ourselves. And because we're always looking for things outside of ourselves, we lose sight of the truth. And it's such a simple truth. It just stares us in the face. We just know that we hear, we know that we see. We're always already hearing, we're always already seeing, we're already always knowing and speaking. It's that simple truth. And the moment we realize it, we can take ownership of it. We don't let our emotion, our ego take control of our life. We return to our true self. We experience inner peace. We go back to being at ease. When we are at ease, we don't experience disease. Okay. In fact, science has been able to prove that when a person experiences inner peace, we experience a level of balance in terms of electromagnetic energy, right? Human body, we have positive and negative electricity. When we are at a state of inner peace, the cells, the polarity around our cells is also neutral. It is not positive or negative. And when the cells, the membrane of the cells are neutral, it maximizes diffusion and exchange of nutrients and toxins. So our own tiny little cell, every piece of trillions of cells in our body becomes a lot more effective at doing what it does best, which is helping us restore balance, get rid of toxin and absorbing nutrient. Okay.
Yeah, so I really appreciate this human construct concept. So I mean it gives me the understanding of how human reacts. I understand, okay, why I get angry, why I'm happy, why people react a certain way. So the more I understand about this structures, then I can kind of like reset my mind. So anytime I encounter a people or a situation or whatever, I always try to reset my mind back to the inner peace.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's a balance, right? Then even the human chapter go over the 16 human natures, and then this concept teaches us not to be too negative and not to be too positive, just to stay in the state of balance. So that's good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. So just a little quick review of this idea of vibrational energy frequency, right? So everything exists as a particle, okay? Just our little particle.
Yeah, we are part of particle too.
Okay, we're all particles.
Mm-hmm.
And the particles are always moving, okay? In motion, vibrating. If they're not moving from one place to another, they are vibrating.
Yeah, we are moving too. If we're not, we're dead.
If anything ceases moving, the moment that anything stops vibrating, cease to exist.
Right.
Okay, it ceases to exist.
Mm-hmm.
And things are always moving. And as they move, they vibrate, and scientists measure that as the vibrational energy frequency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And as these particles are moving, we can simplify. They move at different speed, right? Different things move at different speed.
Mm-hmm.
We can simplify it by saying that if something goes slow, we can see it. Okay, we can see it just like my hand moves slowly, we can see it. If something moves really fast, they start to get blurry. Okay, they start to kind of go outside of our range of vibrational energy frequency. If something is just called super fast, then become invisible. Okay, so these are like the waves, like Wi-Fi waves. Okay, that's just a basic understanding of the motion of things. Particles are always moving. They're either moving slow, fast, or super fast. And because they're moving slow, fast, or super fast, we can see it, or it becomes blurry, or it becomes completely invisible. But it doesn't mean that they don't exist. It just means that we are not a vibrational energy frequency match for it in order for us to see it. Okay, so if we are to speak in terms of frequency, then the frequencies are divided into low frequency, high frequency, and we're going to call it super high frequency. Okay. Low frequency, high frequency, and super high frequency. And so we apply that vibrational energy frequency. Do you get a chance to write everything down before I move on to the next page? Okay. We apply that to three perspectives. Remember, human being, we are divided by the physical world perspective, the religious world perspective, and the human experience perspective. Okay, so we have let's call it the spiritual world perspective. Okay, spiritual, because spiritual can encompass religion as well. There is the physical world. And then we have the human experience. See, okay, human experience. And so we have here is the vibration, no, and the vibrational energy frequency. The vibrational energy frequency concept applies to the spiritual world, the physical world, and the human experience. And we mentioned earlier, they are divided into low vibration, okay, low vibration, high vibration, and super high in terms of vibrational frequency. Now, combine that with the human construct. We talk about a state of vibration of the inner being. The state of vibration of the inner being. Because we have energy. We have positivity and we have negativity. We have high energy, we have low energy. Low energy is associated with negativity. Okay. High energy is associated with positivity. And super high energy is associated with a state of being balance. Okay. Instead of saying state of vibration of the inner being, you can simply shorten it up to state of being. Okay. If our state of being is negative, what's happening is that we are vibrating at a low frequency. And so our human experience is going to be associated with that which is low in energy frequency. If our state of being is positive, that associate with high vibrational energy frequency. And as a result, our human experience, as well as the physical world and the spiritual world experience, it's going to be a match with high vibrational energy frequency experiences. If our state of being is balanced, then our vibrational energy frequency is super high. And as a result, our human experience is going to be a vibrational match with super high energy frequency. Okay.
But how do you keep the positive and balance
Good question.
vibrational energy frequency? How do you keep that though?
It has to do, how do you maintain or keep a high energy frequency? How
Right, maintain it.
do you
Yeah.
state of being, right?
Mm-hmm.
What we do is we need to understand that our state of being correlate to our state of awareness. Okay, it is our state of awareness that helps us determine our state of being, our state of awareness. And that is why every day when we begin the sharing, we generate the purpose of our sharing to expand our state of awareness of the inner being. Okay. Our state of awareness. As our state of awareness expands, we have more choice in determining how we react or analyze or simply receive information. Before we have awareness, we just react or we just analyze. We let our mind take control. We are not an owner. But now that our awareness have expanded, we understand that, okay, human construct, we have this inner being, which is our true self, the truth that never changes. We know that, oh, we have this ego personality, our 16 nature, that fluctuate positive and negative. Now that our awareness have expanded, we realize, oh, we have 84,000 emotions, and our emotion is tied to our 4-element body. And they too are also subjected to positive and negative polarity. With new awareness about our human body, our human construct, it opens up more choice. We can choose to be positive. We can choose to be balanced. And so the question is, how do you maintain a high level of awareness or high level of vibrational? To simplify things, you can forget all the complication, just focus on being balanced and positive oriented. If you can master this, that'll be great. But even this is too complicated.
Right.
So what do? There's an even simpler way to do it. There's an even simpler way to maintain a lot high level of inner being. We just focus on rotating among 3 different energy levels. Hang on. Yeah. Serenity. Okay. Magnanimity. And honoring, one word, gratitude. Instead of dealing with 16 personality, each of them have positive and negative. It gets a little complicated. Okay, we can get lost. Just working on being at peace. Right? We already have the formula or the technique. Just be at peace. When things comes in, just receive it authentically, and you'll be at peace. Serenity. Use the wrap of hearing and seeing. If being at peace doesn't work at that moment, switch over to being magnanimous. Magnanimity meaning having a great spirit. Like if somebody says something insulting and we can't get to serenity, okay? If anger and thought is too overwhelming and you can't arrive at serenity, just be magnanimous. Be generous and tolerant and accepting of the other person. And when things are not going wrong, work on being grateful. Be grateful for everything that is around us. Be grateful for being alive. Be grateful for having the opportunity to study the philosophy of root education, of learning about what it means to be a human being. When we sit down to eat, be grateful for the food, but more than that, be grateful for the people who created the food. Be grateful for the people who planted the trees, the people who raised the animal. Be grateful for the animal who have given their lives to us. When I eat a piece of chicken, I think about the actual chicken that died. A chicken had to have died in order for me to eat their meat. So I am grateful for the chicken to have died. Before this education, I didn't think about that. It was not part of my reality. It was not part of my awareness. Gratitude was not an energy frequency that I was resonating with. So you can practice honoring gratitude. Honor the people that are around us. Honor the thing that we use. When we get to a part about the section on wisdom, we'll talk more about these energy in terms of energy and the state of being. But we can honor the things that we have. The pen, right? Where I'm writing with a pen, I can honor the pen by using it properly, taking care of it. I can honor the moment that I'm spending with you guys. I am very grateful. That's why I'm always grateful for you guys spending the time with me. Especially Marianne for following through since 6 a.m. and then every week
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll learn a lot though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your
That's
interaction really
one
helped.
of 7 gifts, right? One of the 7 gifts.
Yeah. The gift of your appearance, the gift of your smile, the sweet gift of your word, your speech. And when you got nothing better to, go back to serenity.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. So let's see. Let me think if I should I talk about the 3 virtue? Yeah, since we're in a human construct,
And don't forget about the wishes. You know, like Ní Lam, did you work on her wishes yet?
you I don't want to go back to the root cause form the root cause formula too much because we spent a lot of time already. But yeah, I think that okay. Chị Lâm, what are some of you? Tell me your wishes again. Tell me your wishes again.
My wishes.
Yeah, your 5 things that you want to transform.
I said that I don't have 5. I just have 3.
Okay, 3. Tell me 3 again.
Yeah. First, I wish my son will be stronger.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you mean that you wish your son to be stronger?
Because after COVID pandemic, he is weaker. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then, yeah, yes, and 1 years ago, that he always feels tired.
Mm.
And then and until now he's better, but he's not good as well as before.
Mm.
Yeah, so I wish yeah, and I found some way to have him, like doing yoga or do something treatment, but it's not he is not give the best, for him.
Mm.
Yeah.
So
So
physically, your son is having a health issue. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, physically, yeah,
Physical health.
yeah, physical health, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Physical health.
And yeah, and the second wish that I wish one of my friend realized that mm, she will see clearly the way she go on in her career, that will help her to do right. That
Okay.
because until now her resident make her parents and people around her sad. It's it's not it doesn't give them the at least it doesn't give her the good result about finance
Mm-hmm.
or yeah, and her career, yeah.
Okay.
And the third is I said I am going to build a small house for me and our parents. So I wish it will be good. I will do it well. That
Okay. Okay.
yeah, everything will be okay. I
Okay.
hope that. Yeah.
So your son's health, your friend's personality. Yeah, you're trying
Yeah.
to help with your friend with her personality, and you're trying to build your mom's house, your parents' house. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll
Yeah.
keep that in mind. Okay. When we get to an appropriate section to interact, we will see if we can help you transform with that. Okay.
Yeah.
And then
Thank you.
we'll get back to that in at the end as well.
Yeah.
Do we need a break before we talk about the 3 fortune account or the 3 virtue? good fortune, bad fortune, and intellectual merit. Does anybody need a break?
I need a nap.
How long do you need a nap? Nothing long. Okay, just
That's all right. I'll just stay on. I'm just relaxing, just like Ron. I
okay.
still listen, but I just relaxing.
Okay.
All right.
I
I'm
was
gonna
taught
feel-
by Tai Tuan that you're relaxing, you're resting every second.
There you go. Okay.
In
Back.
between each word, you're resting.
Yeah,
Right.
we need to talk about that before we take a break. Okay. So since we're on vibrational, okay. Yeah, we need to talk about that. We are on vibrational energy. So let's talk about, we already talked about space and time and matter. Okay, we talk about physical matter, we talk about space. Let us see if we can apply the vibrational energy frequency concept to time. Okay, time. So time. Okay. Traditionally, when we think about time, do we not think about the past? Right? We think about the present and we think about the future when we think about time, right? The past, the present, and the future. The question is, do we ever spend any time in the past?
The past is the past. It's gone.
The past is past, it's gone. When we think about the past, it is nothing more than memory, a collection of events stored in our mind about things that happened that is no longer here. So we don't exist in the past. Okay, we don't exist in the past. Do we exist in the future? No. Future are a set of mental images that we can come up with about what we want to do, what's going to happen tomorrow, the next day. So we don't exist in the future. Do we really exist in the present? Mhm.
Of course, of course.
Do we really exist in the present? Are you sure?
In case you realize what are you doing, what are you thinking or saying, like that, something like that.
Well, oftentimes we may be here doing something, but our mind is thinking about the past. If you're at work and you're thinking about dinner, then you're not existing at work. You're thinking about dinner, that's in the future. When we're talking about with our friends or something like that, we may not be listening to what they're saying. We're thinking about what they've done to us in the past.
The present is what you're thinking at the moment. Who's important in front of you right now, or who's important right now? It's
Yeah.
the purview.
Mhm. So for
That's
most,
the present.
yeah, most of the time, human beings, we're not here. We're not in the present. When we're at home, we're thinking about work. When we're at work, we're thinking about dinner. And so our mind is all over the place. And interestingly enough, our perception of reality, okay, so this is from a scientific perspective, our perception of reality, let's say we are looking at an object. We're looking at an object, you say, or you're looking at the screen right now. It takes time for the light from the screen to come into your eyes. There's a little bit of delay of time. Okay. Our experience of the physical world, it has a little bit of delay because the light takes time to reach us. When we look into the sun, don't go look in the sun, but when we look into the sun, it takes the light rays from the sun 8 minutes to actually get to our eyes. Did you know that? Light travels very fast. I think 300,000 meters per second or something like that. I just want to get that sure. Let me just write that down. Speed of light. Speed of light. Okay. What is speed of light?
Nearly
300
yeah.
million, 300 million meter per second, or 300,000 kilometer per second. So light travel very fast. Even so, there is a speed limit. And so it takes time for light to reach our eyes. So that if we look into the sun, it takes 8 minutes for the light ray from the sun to reach our eyes. So when we see the sun, we're actually seeing what happened to the sun 8 minutes ago. Okay, when we look at the sun, we're seeing what happened to the sun 8 minutes ago, not what's happening now. Okay, let me see. This is a fun part. The nearest star, our sun is one star, but if we look into the sky and we look at the closest star beside the sun, the closest star to us is 4 light years away. The distance to the closest star beside our sun is measured in light years. It takes the light from that star 4 years to reach our eyes. So when we look at another star, we're not looking at the star now. We're seeing that star as it happened 4 years ago. We are seeing the past. If we look at distant galaxy, it could be millions of years, millions of light years away, meaning it could be millions of years ago. We are looking at the past. When we talk to another person, they could be very close to us. They can say something, and sound takes a little bit of time to reach our ear. So we are hearing what the other person's saying, not right now, but a tiny moment ago. So our experience of reality is actually not the present. We are always experiencing reality with a time delay. Okay? So that's from a scientist's perspective. And so with that in mind, it doesn't really become very useful anymore to think of time in terms of past, present, and future. Because what we're seeing is already past. By the time the light from the sun reaches us, we can't change anything anymore. Okay? And half the time we're not in the present. We're not really being with other people. If you learn serenity, if you learn inner peace, then yes, you can learn to be with the person. We can try to be as much as we can in the present moment, pay attention to the person, pay attention to what we're doing. The most important thing is paying attention to other people. Okay? The most important time is right now. But beside from that, there is a perception of time. Okay, so now we're going to talk about time. Okay, there is a perception of time. And then there is a idea of a value of time. There's a perception of time and value of time. And since we are talking about the vibrational energy frequency, okay, I'm just going to shorten the word vibrational energy frequency, okay, VEF. If our vibrational energy frequency is high, we tend to experience time as fast. Earlier on, I asked Marianne, did the last 14 hours feel like 14 hours? We were here since 6 a.m. It is now 11:30. Okay, it is now, I don't know, 15, 16 hours already. But it didn't feel like 15, 16 hours because our vibrational energy frequency was high. We were learning, we were enjoying our learning. We were appreciative. These three state of being, serenity, magnanimity, honoring gratitude, have been proven by science to have a very high vibrational energy frequency. Okay? So when we experience something, time is passing really fast, it is because our vibrational energy frequency is really high. Have you ever spent some time with a loved one? Maybe a longtime friend that you haven't seen in a while, or maybe a lover, and we spent time with them, and before we knew it, time seemed to have gone by really fast. Right? Or you were enjoying a game, or you're watching a movie, or enjoying an activity, and we're really happy, and we're really positive. Time just seemed to go by really, really fast. And we just wish that we had more time with that other person or with that activity. So our perception of time seems to be really fast when our vibrational energy frequency is really high.
How about Facebook? Browsing the Facebook.
Well, it depends on your state of our vibrational energy frequency is determined on our state of being. Okay, so is your state of being, are you enjoying it or are you bored? It's all dependent on the person.
I know, yeah.
Does browsing Facebook make you feel like time go by fast?
Yes, yes.
Then you're probably enjoying it. You get lost in it, you're enjoying it. Okay.
I wasn't enjoying what I'm hearing now, I wouldn't be here.
Exactly.
My time is going by very quickly, just listening to this, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And interestingly enough, in addition to time feel like it goes very fast, the value of that time is also very high. In other words, when we are vibrationally energy frequency is high, we are very productive. Okay, so the value, we're going to use the word more value. Okay, more value. We seem to get things done a lot more when our vibrational energy frequency is really high. Have you ever done any project? Yeah, you have a project and you focus on working on the project and time seems to pass by really fast, but before you realize it, you got a lot of things done. You were very productive. The value that we create in that time is very high. Or the time we spent with another person that we love, time seems to fly by really fast. We wish we had more, but the time we spent with them is really quality time, really high in value. Do you guys agree with that? Do you notice that? All right. It is as if, because we got a lot more done, it is as if we had more time, as if it is longer. And its time was longer. We may have spent 16 hours talking about this philosophy, but it felt really short. It felt like a couple of hours. But in fact, the value could could be equal to a week. Or let's say, yeah, a week. Right? Because the philosophy of root education, the inner being course is 21 day long, and we're halfway through it. So that's equivalent to about 10 days already. We in the last 16 hours, we have spent 10 days worth of value in terms of education. Right? That is because our vibrational energy frequency was really high. We enjoy it. We learn a lot. Now, on the other hand, if our vibrational, excuse me, orange, vibrational energy frequency is low. Oh, okay. Now it's really low. Then our perception of time is slow. Okay, slow. Have you ever been bored? Or have you waited for, somebody?
Waiting for your driver's license.
Okay. Then our state of being at that time is negative. Our vibrational energy frequency is low. Time seems to drag on. But you realize that during that time, even though we seem to have a lot of time, we also didn't get anything done. We created no value in that that seemingly long amount of time. And so our value is less. As if we have a short amount of time. Isn't that interesting? Human experience is such a wonderful thing. We have this strange perception that when our vibrational energy frequency is high, our state of being is really positive, we perceive time to pass by really fast. At the same time, we got a lot of things done. We were very productive, as if we had a lot of time, as if we had, many more hours than we did. On the other hand, when our vibrational energy frequency is low, our state of being is so negative, we're bored, we're sad, time seems to stretch on, seems to be so slow. And even though it's slow, even though we seem to have so much time, we got very little done. We created no value. And so as if the time we spent was very little. Okay? And so it applies to our sense of age as well. Okay? So we can think of it like this. When we are first born, little baby, we're just lying on our back. Okay? And as we grow up to be a kid, we stood up. And then we became a teenager or so. We got bigger, taller. And at some point, we become an adult at the peak of our productivity, 20 years old. We're at the peak of our productivity. And then slowly we notice that we begin to decline. Okay, we literally get shorter as people get older. And then at some point we get really much shorter. Okay, we may be holding a cane. And then finally we lie down again and we never get up again. And so with the understanding of vibrational energy frequency, we could also associate this cycle of life as when our vibrational energy frequency is high, we are in the growth phase. Okay? And then when our vibrational energy frequency is low, this is the aging or declining phase. At the height of our vibrational energy frequency is at max, that is when we are at the peak of our growth and energy. That's why in the community, the WIT community, we say our age is 20 years old. And remember that our vibrational energy frequency is a state of awareness. It is a state of being. Okay? It is a state of being. It is a state of awareness. So if we make it a part of our awareness that we are at the peak of our energy vibrational frequency, that we are at 20 years old, we're not just saying it. We're not just saying it. If we make it a part of our awareness that we truly are at 20 years old, then we will experience maximum productivity. Right? And so we can apply the same idea to rest and sleep. Okay? So previously, before we understood this, before we understood energy vibration, we think of sleep and rest as, doctor will tell us we need to sleep 8 hours. Okay? So there's the idea of sleep. Doctor will tell us to sleep for at least 8 hours. Why? That is because human being, we typically go through this cycle of deep sleep, rapid eye movement sleep, which is dream sleep, and we cycle deep sleep and dream sleep. And during the 8-hour period, the time that for us to go into deep sleep is when our body would repair itself. It would go into the state where it is restoring the damages to our body, removing toxin, and using the nutrient to restore new cell. Doctor tells us we have to sleep for 8 hours because that is the amount of time that our body need in order to achieve that state of balance of deep sleep when we're not supposed to be thinking. Our mind is doing its work of repairing the body. Those are the time where that is the amount of time that we are truly resting. But now that we have new awareness about vibrational energy frequency, with a new awareness about sense of time, now that we know that when our vibrational energy frequency is high, we may experience time to be very fast, but we actually get more productivity as if we had a lot more time. So we can apply that to rest. If our vibrational energy frequency is high, then when we rest, we may feel like not a lot of time has gone by, but our rest become more productive. Our rest becomes more productive as if we rested longer. Did that make sense? So that we can intentionally bring our mind to a state of high energy, through inner peace, through serenity, to highly balanced. And so our rest can be more productive. We can be more restful, even with less amount of time. Because when we can raise our vibrational energy, raise our state of awareness, when we put ourselves down to bed and we say, rest is so great. I don't need to know how long. I don't need to worry about how much time I have to rest. I just know that when I wake up, I'm going to be refreshed. That is a state of awareness. Instead of worrying about how little time we have, right? Worrying is low energy frequency, negativity. Instead of worrying or anxiety, we go positive and balanced. We just trust that when we put ourselves to sleep, we wake up, we're going to be restful. We achieve a state of balance. And as a result of achieving a state of balance, the membrane, the polarity around the membranes of our cell will be neutral. And so all the repairing process that is done inside our body is going to be more effective, as if we had longer time. Just as we had spent 16 hours talking about this philosophy and it felt like only a few hours, we could do the same thing with rest. You can sleep for only a few hours and that would be equivalent to 16 hours. You can lie down and rest for 10 minutes and it would maybe equivalent to 10 hours. Okay. So speaking of that, let's take a break. Marianne, did you go to sleep already?
Taking a nap.
Okay, but did you hear what we were talking about?
About the time.
Yeah. So we're going to practice that. Okay, let's give ourselves, I don't know, how much is an appropriate amount of time for us to rest before we resume? It is now 11:50, almost midnight. Do we want to go, Ron? Those of us are in the West Coast, United States. Or Ron, you're in Vietnam, okay? So it's me and Marianne who it's at sleep time. So let's do 40 minutes. Okay, give yourself a little longer time. And that 4 minutes, if we set ourselves down and we rest with the mentality and the state of being of balance and positive, it could be equivalent to 4 hours. Do we agree, Marianne? 40 minutes?
Let's try it.
Okay, set your alarm to 12:30. Okay. I will write that down. You guys can come back in 40 minutes. Okay, so that's gonna be like 3:30 in Vietnam time, right? Okay, since we're on this page, I'm gonna say sleep, rest, break. Until TTIL.
I will see you at 3:30.
Okay. So we're gonna say here, we're gonna say 3:30 p.m. EST or 3:30 Vietnam, okay? Okay, correct? Okay, 3:30, 3 giờ chiều, right? 3 giờ rưỡi chiều, right? Chị Lâm, 3:30 in the afternoon?
Yeah, but I have to go out to.
Okay, that's fine. Me and Marianne will continue. Okay. Okay. See you guys in about 40 minutes. Okay. Okay. So let's go to the next part of the sharing. Let me make sure. Hmm.
What's wrong? Well, I don't hear anything.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just checking my note.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate that. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so here we are talking about, so in order to experience the kind of life that is desirable for ourselves, we okay, we try to, hang on, sorry. Okay, so the formula of good seed plus positive affinity is something that we're going to work with. Okay, causality is a natural law that operates our world. Good cause or good seed plus positive condition or positive affinity, it's going to give us desirable outcome, which is the fruit. We already went through the formula for the root cause of life, the kind of positive seed, the kind of good seed in terms of the scientific view is positive mental images about people and things. Okay. We use the human construct. Good seed or good cause is positive energy polarity. We mentioned that instead of dealing with all the individual personalities and human nature, that can get a little complicated, we just simplify it. We just activate the energy of serenity. We activate the energy of magnanimity and gratitude in order to raise our vibrational energy frequency so that our experience of the physical world, the spiritual world, and the human experience would also be positive. And here, positivity is associated with desired outcome. Okay, since the very beginning, remember the principle of alignment with desire. If we think positively, we ask positive inquiry, then we're going to end up with desirable outcome. If we're negative, we're going to get undesirable outcome. So now we're already worked on the seed part of ourselves, mostly are about ourselves, our own energy. Now we're going to begin to take a look at the affinity or the condition upon which we plant those seed. And we want to see if we can create the kind of condition that is positive so that with the good seed, it will maximize the ability of those good seed to turn into desirable fruit, desirable outcome. Yeah. So we're going to work on the affinity aspect of the human construct. Okay, so the human construct, in addition to the 16 personality, in addition to the emotion and the 4-element body, in addition to the true being inside, we also have, let's use this color, 3 blocks of virtue. Okay, 3 blocks of virtue. One of them, we call it good fortune. The other one, we call it bad fortune. And the last one, we call it intellectual merit. Okay. So let's consider good fortune, bad fortune first. Have you heard of people saying that they're very blessed? Right? Some people say, I'm very blessed to have this and that. That person is very blessed. Or people say they're very fortunate. Or people could say they're lucky. Right? Lucky, fortunate, blessed. And the opposite of that is unfortunate or unlucky. Okay. And yet you can say unblessed. When we think of somebody who's very fortunate, we usually think of them as having a lot of good health, a lot of good finance, wonderful relationship. Right? Sometimes we even get jealous of them. That guy is so fortunate. That woman is so lucky. Somebody win a lottery. And we say, oh, wow, you are so lucky. Somebody have a lot of children, a lot of friends. We say, wow, you are so blessed. And then the opposite is if somebody gets into a bad accident, you say, oh, that is an unfortunate incident. Or somebody did an investment, a business investment, and they lose all the money. You say, I just got unlucky. But these are the words that we had as human beings we use to describe a certain human experience. Okay? Like the word fortune. A person who has a lot of fortune, we call them fortunate. When somebody encounter an undesirable circumstance, we call you unfortunate. or unlucky. Okay, so question is, where do these come from? Let me yeah, question is, where do these words come from and where do these ideas come from? As we're working to improve not only the quality of our lives, but on the one hand, we can take ownership of our inner being, right? We take ownership of our emotion, of our mind, of our mental images. Those are the thing that is within us. It seems to be more simple that we can control the thing that is within us. Yet, there are things that happen that is outside of us, that come to us, that oftentimes seemingly outside of control, seemingly outside of our control. We're sitting in traffic. We drive a car, we're sitting in traffic at a red light, and we don't do anything, yet a car from behind us, instead of stopping, it slams into the back of our car. We didn't seem to have any control over it, right? Or there's a recent fire in California. We were not the person who light the match, but a house burned down. Certain things seem to happen outside of our control. And then there are the idea of people. Sometimes when we meet a person, could be at work, could be at a party, and we only met them for the first time, yet they seem to want to treat us poorly, or they treat us positively, and sometimes we haven't done anything yet. So we're going to look at the idea of the 3 blocks of fortune. Okay. The first one it's called, so these are, how do I say it, ethical energies. Well, we're talking about energy. We're talking about vibrational energy frequency. So we're going to refer to this as a form of energy. There is 2 ethical energies called good fortune. Okay. And bad fortune. Good fortune is associated with this part of our personality, this part of our human nature, the ethic. Right? Human being, we have the ethic nature. We have cruelty and we have benevolence. And we're going to draw from both the Buddhist as well as the Christian religion in order to analyze this block of energy called good fortune and bad fortune. Good fortune is like a bank account, okay, that is associated with benevolence and goodness and good deed. Bad fortune is like a bank account that is associated with evil deeds, with cruelty. In the Bible, it says that whatever you sow, so shall you reap. It is a statement on causality, right, in the Bible. Whatever you sow, you're going to reap. It is also said that at the judgment day, every hair on your head is going to be counted. Nothing will get looked over. All of our actions, all of our ways of being, whatever we sow, we shall reap. Okay, causality, cause and effect. In other words, whatever good deed that we perform will be counted in our good fortune account. Whatever bad deed or evil deed that we perform will be deposited into a bad fortune account. And as a result of our good or bad fortune, we collect this energy in terms of, we can call it like a seed. Every time we perform a bad deed or think a bad thought, we deposit a bad seed or a good seed. And what are these actions? They have to do with our interaction with other people, right? Good or bad, cruelty or benevolent, it has to do with other people. Whereas our state of being, when we spoke in the previous section, is about our own energy. When it comes to these fortune account, or the spiritual energies, or these ethical energies, it has to do with other people. Whenever we perform a good deed for another person, we cause that person to be happier. We raise their energy to positive. Okay. We also deposit a seed or a credit into our good fortune account. Whenever we do something that is cruel to another person, we cause them to be unhappy. We deposit a seed in our bad fortune account. And as our good fortune and our bad fortune account fill up, the one that is bigger will tend to activate more and show up more in the form of desirable circumstances or undesirable circumstances. If we have deposited a lot of good seed in terms of helping a lot of people be happier, becoming positive, then there's a higher chance that those good seed in our account will activate. And so we will experience life with more desirable circumstances. On the other hand, if we perform a lot of evil deeds, cause other people to suffer, cause them to go negative, we also deposit a negative seed in our bad fortune account. It is like this because human beings, we are not separate entities. We live in a world where every action has a consequence. Every time we say something to another person, we either cause them to be more happy or we cause them to be unhappy, or it's neutral. Right? There are people around us all the time. A single look can cause another person to be happy or sad. A single word can cause them to be happy or sad or neutral. And as we cause another person to become positive or negative, we change their energy. They carry that energy and they are going to affect other people. So if you compliment a coworker, appreciate a coworker, you raise his or her energy, they become a little more positive, and they carry that positive with them. When they interact with another person, there's a chance that they will interact with another person more positively. and that person will interact with another person, and they carry that positivity with them, they will affect another person positively. It's like a ripple in a pond. You drop a single stone in a pond, and the ripple spreads out, spreads out, spreads out, spreads out all the way until it reaches the edges of the pond, and the wave will come back. So in our interaction with other people, the positive or negativity that we cause for other people, it spreads out like a wave in a pond. If it's a big pond, it'll take a long time for the wave to spread out, but eventually the wave will hit the edges and they come back to the middle. You see that image? Yeah, the wave.
And that wave,
Yeah.
the wave might not be till our next lifetime.
If it's a big pond, if it's a big pond, and there are billions and billions and billions of people, then we drop a single, positive stone in the pool. It'll spread out, it'll touch another person, it'll touch another person, it'll go round, and it might not come back to us until the end of the life or in the next time. Okay. The simplest case is the cases that happen in this lifetime. Our affinity with other people, which is our attraction with them, our relationship with them, you can experience it right away. You know, a coworker, when we say a nice thing to them, chances are in that same day, they will behave more positively to us. We can experience that right away. Same with our children. If we treat them positively, there's a good chance that we will experience that positivity right away in this lifetime. But at the same time, as we treat our children as our co-worker positively, they will carry that energy and they will treat other people. It will spread out and eventually it will come back to us as well. Okay, so it is easy to think in this one lifetime, right? Science can explain that. People who do not have any religious belief can easily see that, right? We do causality all the time. We teach people to behave, treat others as you would have be treated, right? The golden rule comes from the Bible. It's just a statement on causality. All it's saying is that if you treat people well, you will be treated well as well. However, there are cases where, okay, we'll get to the part when we, the multiple lifetime. We'll talk about that when we talk about the subconscious, because there are things that seem that, our conscious mind can't seem to control with our conscious mind. There are things that in our subconscious that we require to extend our perception beyond this lifetime. But it is simple that good fortune and bad fortune. Right? When we do something good for other people, we cause them to go positive. We deposit a positive seed in our fortune, good fortune account. And in many cases, we experience the good fortune right away. Okay? If we cause other people to suffer, we deposit a bad seed in our fortune account, and we experience the undesirable circumstances right away. When we argue with a family member and we hurt them with our words, we cause them to go negative. They become upset. They become angry. We deposit a bad seed, a negative seed in our fortune account, and immediately we experience the undesirable circumstances. That family member doesn't want to talk to us anymore. Our affinity with that person has become negative. And as we planted negative seed, and we cultivate it with negative affinity, we're going to get negative outcome. Our relationship with that person, it's going to be negative. Okay, that's a simple concept. Good fortune and bad fortune. Now, so in order for us to experience the kind of life that we want, that is desirable, then it is a good idea to try and be positive and do good to other people, so that we can deposit more good seed instead of bad seed. So here's a question. Let's say we have complimented our family member. Okay, we deposit a good seed, we cause them to go positive, right? And then we go and we insult them. Does that cancel out the positivity that we have accumulated? We build our affinity with other person by behaving positively. We compliment them, right? We make them feel happy. We deposit a good seed in our good fortune. Our affinity with them is positive. And then one day we go and we insult them. We say something, or we do something that we cause them to go negative. They become upset. The question is, does that cancel out the positivity?
You lose a merit.
Huh?
You would lose a merit, I would think. And you just
Okay.
with a positive with a positive.
So the answer is you don't cancel out. The negative and the positive do not cancel each other out. We have two independent accounts.
Balance.
Okay, we have two independent accounts. We have a good account and a bad account. We have a good fortune account and a bad fortune account. And whichever one that has more tend to activate more. But it doesn't necessarily mean that even though you have a good affinity with the other person, doesn't mean that the bad fortune account won't activate. The other way could be true, okay? We could perform a lot of bad deed to another person, cause them to suffer, and we try to fix that affinity, fix that relationship, and we start doing good things. Does that erase the bad credit in our bad account?
No, they are two separate accounts.
Yeah, they are two separate accounts, so it does not
Yeah.
erase. The only time that it will erase the bad credit is if the other person absolve you of it. Okay, it is like incurring a debt. We borrow some money. Okay, we incur a debt with somebody. When we do something bad to them, we cause them to go negative. It's like we incurring a debt. And then we do another bad thing that is a different debt. And then we do something good. That is a separate transaction. It does not cancel out the debt. Your debt only cancels out when the other person decides that it cancels out.
Right. The borrower, right? And the lender. the lender decided to cancel.
Yeah.
Whether they give you a
Your
net,
debt is only cancel when the lender decide to cancel it.
Right,
with
right.
a negative reaction as well.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes, I got it now.
right. We could cause somebody to suffer, and and they go negative. And if they just hold on to that negativity, and no matter how much it just happened, right? Usually with our children, no matter how much good that we try to do, they continue to resent us and to resent us and resent us for something that we've done years ago.
Yeah, if they remember though.
Okay.
Well, they remember.
Well, they remember. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you only get absolved of that when they experience a transformation. Usually through some type of realization. Okay, so this is so understanding this, now we have to be really responsible for our actions. We can't just wantonly go out there and hurt people and assume that, oh, we'll make it up for it. We'll make it up for it with good deeds. No, some people could decide to keep that resentment for a very, very, very long time.
Just like they forgive, but they don't forget, or something like that.
Yeah, you can say that.
What about if we forget? But they don't forget. We forget. Cancel it out. My kids have said things to me in the past where they remembered something. And I said, I did that. I don't remember doing that. I don't know. Does that cancel out? Or I don't know. It's kind of weird.
You still own them.
Yeah.
They don't, yeah.
Yes, you still own that. Yes.
The forgetfulness does not absolve you.
Yeah, you still owe them.
It is the cancellation of the debt. Just because they've forgotten the debt doesn't mean, something may cause them to remember it again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so this opens up a powerful choice, that we need to be more careful when we interact with people, because if we incur a lot of bad debt, we put a lot of bad seed into our account, we're going to eventually pay for it.
Right.
Okay, we're going to eventually pay for it. And both in terms of Buddhism and Christianity, we're going to pay for it to the very, very last hair on our head.
Right.
And how does God pay us back? Or how does God account for it? Through the law of causality. It is the law of causality that God is using to keep order in this world. God's justice is very fair. Okay, there's the idea of grace. Okay, there's an idea of since we're on to some the topic of religion, there's grace and blessing, right? Grace, blessing from God, grace. Okay, Christian believes that grace is something that God gives to everybody, infinitely and equally. God is very fair. God gives all of his children equal amount of grace. Yet why is it that some people are more fortunate than others? Why is it that some people seem to be more blessed, or to have more blessings in terms of good health, good finance, good relationship than others? If God gives everybody the same amount of grace, because God is fair, right? We can't say that God is discriminatory. God is not arbitrary. He doesn't pick one person to love more than other. God loves all of his children equally. He gives out grace equally to all of his children. Why do some children to be more fortunate than others?
What's the difference between grace and blessing?
Same thing.
Same thing? Oh, okay.
Grace are the blessing from God.
Some
Okay.
children are more fortunate than others because they made their choice with
Yeah.
their inner being. of what they wanted to be or do.
Yeah. It is like the rain falls down on all the trees in the forest. The tree with a deeper root will soak up the rain more. Or the sun shines its light on all the leaves equally, but the tree with the bigger leaves will receive more sunlight. So God gives us all the blessings equally. But those of us who choose to receive God's blessing more, we get more from the law of causality, from the two virtues. We receive God's blessing more by performing good deeds. We become more receptive to the blessing.
More trusting.
Yeah. We become more receptive to God's blessing in the form of good credit that have bounced back to us. Right? In a religious sense, the saints are the people that we say, the saints that we very holy people. We see, oh wow, the saints are the people who receive a lot of blessing from God. They have a lot of faith. They're spiritually rich. At the same time, we cannot deny the fact that saints are the people who contributed a lot of positive values to other people. Take Mother Teresa, for instance, is considered a saint even while she was alive. Why? Because Mother Teresa, from her action, created thousands and thousands and thousands of charitable services for people. It is the value, the positive value that you contribute to other people, causing them to be happy, raising their positivity, thereby depositing positive seed into your good fortune account, that we receive more blessing from God. Blessing from God is nothing more than the credit that we receive as a result of the good deed that we perform for other people. Because that's the only thing that makes sense. We can, if we just say we believe in God, we offer ourselves up to God, we believe, but if we don't do anything to express that belief in terms of helping other people and causing them to become happier and healthier and positive in life, then we're actually not believing God. You can't just sit there and do nothing and expect to receive any blessing. Because in the Bible, right, God gives, there's a story where a master has 3 servants, and he gives each servant, let's say 100 gold. One servant take the gold and just hide it and do nothing. Another servant take the gold, invest in it, and make a small fortune. A third servant take the gold, invest in it in a smart way, makes a huge fortune. So when the master comes back, when God comes back and take a look at the account, and the first servant say, I didn't do anything. I didn't want to lose my blessing. I didn't do anything. So I just kept it there. I did nothing. So the master saying, you are useless. You were given blessing. You were given 100 gold coin and you did absolutely nothing with it. So you don't deserve it. Kick that servant out. Second servant say, well, I invested your 100 gold coin and then made a little bit of fortune. And God said, oh, hey, good job. You took your blessing and you created values. You get to keep that gold coin along with the profit. And the third servant said, I took your 100 gold coin, I made a fortune out of it. And God said, great job. You keep the gold coin along with that fortune as well. It is because each of us, we receive blessing from God and we invest in it by helping other people become positive, helping other people become happier, healthier. And in the end, we will reap the fruit. We keep the seed money as well as the profit. Okay. Same thing happens if we do bad fortune. If we take God's blessing, we are constantly receiving God's blessing. And instead of creating value, bringing people to positivity, we cause them to suffer. Ooh. Okay, we cause them to suffer. Then we're going to reap the fruit of the evil deed that we committed. Okay. And so there's a question in the last sharing. What about, let's say, tyrant leaders, dictators, right? They seem to enjoy great fortune, even though they are causing a lot of people to suffer. So how do you explain that? Okay, very simple. You look at the good fortune and you look at the bad fortune. The part of them that is experiencing a good fortune, let's say in monetary, financial fortune, power, they are receiving that good fortune because they have caused enough people to go positive and be happy in terms of money and power. Even in this lifetime. Do dictators, even though they call themselves dictators, they're not the only one in power. Dictators and tyrants, they are very smart about creating a group of people around them that are similar to them. They give money to people who support them. They give power to people who support them. They cause those people to be very positive. And they reap the benefit of that positivity. Those followers or those party members are the one who is going to protect them because they want to maintain their position of power and authority and good fortune. So dictators do that. They have this group of party members and people who think like them, so they bring those people's good fortune up. And as a result, they reap the fruit of the good deed with respect to those people. At the same time, if they perform a lot of evil deeds, if they murder a massive amount of people, if they jail dissident, they cause a lot of people to go negative, they deposit bad credit, evil credit into their bad fortune. If they do enough of those bad things, then those people who are negative, they're going to rise up and overthrow the dictator. Do we see that all the time? All the time. And so dictators, not only that, they have to live in a state of fear of being overthrown. They have to live in a state of fear of being assassinated. So they're constantly struggling within this circle of human nature and parts, and they experience no peace. Of course, smart dictator will cause their party member to be positive, and they will cause the massive amount of the people that they rule enough positivity that the people won't rise up. They can work on this ignorant part. Cause the people to remain ignorant enough, not enough clarity to rise up. but enough desire or pride in their own culture, in their own leader. Okay. So if you want to be a dictator or a tyrant, if you want to experience financial fortune and power, you can take that path. But there is always a seed of negativity for the people that we hurt if we take that path. And we'll always have to live in fear. We're always constantly playing and using our energy to maintain our position of power. And there's little peace. That is the price we pay for playing that game. Here, we recommend you take the other path, the path of inner peace, inner freedom. By helping other people, we become more fortunate because it is the law of causality. That which we sow, so shall we reap. Okay? Any question about that so far? Did you get that? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, so this is causality at its best. This is causality when in terms of the good affinity, our relationship with other people. And so there are many cases where our sins can be absolved. Let's say a parent, when the children was young, okay, with good intention, we discipline our children. We're very strict to them. We may even punish them, harsh on them. And as we are doing it, for the moment, in the short term, the child becomes negative, right? They become upset, they become resentful of their parent. But if they have enough blessings, if your child, throughout his or her life, earned enough good fortune by helping other people, then that child may one day come to realize that the parents' actions are out of love instead of out of cruelty. And that realization will cause the child to turn around. Learning this philosophy of blue education is one way that we have caused many children to turn around and repair their relationship with their parents. So you can be absolved of the sins of the past when another person forgives you for it. Okay. On the other hand, yeah. On the other hand, there are parents who are very strict with their children, very pressuring, very demanding, want the children to achieve and be the best, thinking that they do it out of love, right? Some parents out of love want their children to study all the time, to become the best student, become the best at everything. And the child is forced into doing it. And finally, one day when the child grows up and finally achieve being the best at everything, receive a diploma, that child goes back and give his or her parent the diploma, and they go hang themselves. True story. So we need to be very smart with our human nature. A parent who insists on their children becoming successful and being the best at everything is operating very strongly in a certain desire. They're operating very strongly in certain judgment, operating very strongly with a certain degree of ignorance. Maybe they're deluded. Okay. And as a consequence of being extreme in our human personality, our ego, we can deposit a lot of seed in our bad fortune. And if enough bad seed is deposited, one day it will activate. And we will experience a negative outcome.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The kid doesn't want
Yeah.
want to go on that path, but the parent forces, them. Yeah. So of course, yeah.
Yeah, we think we do it out of love, but it's really out of our
No.
desire, our judgment, our pride, and
Mm-hmm.
okay.
It's a good concept. Now I realize, yeah.
Ta-da! Like,
Yeah.
fortunately,
I'm glad I realized this early enough. That my
okay.
daughter is still young enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately, there is a way to wisely and intelligently take ownership of this 16% nature through intellectual merit. That is another block of spiritual virtue. So good fortune and bad fortune, that has to do with so it lie inside the shell of the ego, mind, or the personality. Okay, so this shell right here, well, we look at this one, let's easier to see. Let's use the small one. We have this shell of the ego mind. As that ego mind, that personality operate, interact, we accumulate good fortune or bad fortune, right? Because there is positive and negative. So now this is a little easier to say. See, it is wrapped inside this positive and negative polarity shell. If we behave positively, we attract positivity. If we behave negatively, we attract negativity. It is wrapped inside this shell of 16 nature and ego, personality, and the mind. Okay? And that is how we attract positive or negativity into our lives through this invisible spiritual energy or ethical energy that is inside our personality and our nature. The other one, the other block of energy is intellectual merit. This is a type of energy that lie inside the true self or the inner being. It lies inside the yellow circle. It doesn't have a positive or negativity because it lies inside the true being. And what is it associated with? So this, the good fortune and bad fortune energy, it is associated with helping people become happier or sad, helping people become positive or negative. Okay? Instead, the intellectual merit has to do with raising people awareness. Okay, this concept comes from from Zen Buddhism. Christianity doesn't put too much attention into raising a person's wisdom and intellectual awareness. Even though there is a reference to it. In the Bible, who is the richest man in the Bible? Who's the most fortunate person in the Bible? Does anybody know?
The poorest.
King Solomon.
Oh, okay.
King Solomon. Do you know what King Solomon asked for from God? Do you know what King Solomon prayed for?
Yeah, he asked for wisdom.
He asked for wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He didn't. Yeah,
He didn't ask for fortune, he asked for wisdom.
he's smart because he's the king, so he already have fortune.
There are many kings. King David wasn't too smart.
Yeah,
King David was fortunate.
yeah.
King David messed up too. Okay.
Right.
And every other king messed up.
Solomon, yep. He asked for
He
the
he
wisdom.
does messed up too, but for the most part, he asked for wisdom, and as a result of wisdom, he's able to operate the other part of his personality
Mm-hmm.
and attract fortune. So
Right.
when we raise another person's awareness, what that does, it deposits an account, a credit into our intellectual merit account. That is a separate account. Having a lot of credit or a lot of seed in our intellectual merit account does not directly attract positive fortune right away. What it does, it helps us better understand this kind of concept. It helps us better reach a state of serenity.
Mm.
Having intellectual merit helps us more easily reach a state of serenity. We experience clarity a little bit more easily. We experience inner peace. Okay? And with wisdom, we are more able, more effectively manage the other aspect of our personality. A person with wisdom is more able to take ownership of their mind, more able to manage their anger, more able to manage their desire, okay, more able to manage their ignorance, their pride, their skepticism, their ethic, and their judgment with respect to the need for resources, appearance, identity, sustenance, and comfort. A person with wisdom are better able to control what they receive into themselves, what kind of thing they think about, ideation, how they express themselves, and what they choose to be part of their cognition. That is the energy, the spiritual energy of intellectual merit. Okay? And here's the thing, with the good fortune and bad fortune, they are pretty easy to accumulate. Okay? Pretty easy to accumulate. You help people, and then you accumulate a good fortune. So it can be compared to good fortune. Good fortune can be compared to a mountain of cash. Okay, paper money. Easy to accumulate, easy to build, a mountain of cash. Whereas intellectual merit, this could say, I am intellectual merit can be compared to a mountain of gold. Okay. Easy to accumulate a mountain of cash. Take longer to accumulate a mountain of gold. But a mountain of cash easy to burn. Easy to burn a mountain of cash. Mountain of gold, you can't burn gold. Not that easy, but instead it is easy to tarnish. Get a little bit of dirty, get covered up. It's still there. The truth within ourselves, it's always there. But it's easy to get covered up if we do not work on maintaining our wisdom, our intellectual merit. The good fortune, this mountain of cash, easy to burn. Okay, there are 4 matches that will burn this mountain of cash. Okay, 4 matches burn good fortune.
I just wanted to say hello to Long. He was my interpreter with Mentor 6 at the
Hi, Ron.
hello.
Welcome, Mr. Long. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your presence. And it seems that you've created a lot of value for Mr. Ron here. He's come back with so much understanding and clarity.
Yeah, Ron is a really good learner.
You really raise his, expand his level of awareness. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Teacher Frank. Really appreciate it. I just want to say, just because Ron has already had a really good karma intellectual, total karmic intellectual of him is really, really good. So I just need to tell him about serenity, compassionate, and gratitude, appreciation, and he just understand it all. And I'm really proud of it. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Teacher Frank.
Great, that's great. Okay. So 4 matches that burn a good fortune, that mountain of cash. Okay. First match is blame. Okay. Blaming. It's easy to burn that fortune of cash. In fact, right, blame. Yeah. I want to check my note. I want to make sure I get it right. I know one of them is blame. I think resentment is together. Okay, blaming is resentment. Resentment and blame. Resentment and blame. Easy to burn that mountain of cash. Easy to burn fortune. Easy to lose your affinity with another person. Okay, that's how it works. And interestingly enough, there's a difference between men and women. Women tend to be easy to blame. You know, little things happen and women will blame. Okay? Easy for women to tend to be little resentful about things. You see that, right? Women will gossip and just little resentment, little blame here and there. And the way the women are constructed, women easy to blame, easy to lose the good ethical energy, easy to lose the fortune. Men, on the other hand, we don't blame a lot. But if we do, if and when a man falls all the way down to the level of resentment, then we lose a lot of fortune very fast. Women, little at a time, very easy. For men, not so easy, but if we do, when we blame, we lose a whole lot and very fast. I use the example of the American president. American president had a lot of fortune to achieve the title of American president. But when he started to blame people, he loses that fortune very quickly. He did not get the second term immediately after the first term. So he had to rebuild his fortune. He had to rebuild his credibility so that he can come back into the office. All right, men, as soon as we start to blame, we lose our fortune very, very quickly. Okay. Next one is, first one is blame. The second one is pride. Okay, pride and arrogance. Okay, arrogance, say arrogance. Okay, pride and arrogance. Generally, women are a little bit more insecure, right? Men tend to be more prideful. When men are being prideful, it is easy for us to lose our fortune, lose our credit in a good fortune account. Because we do it all the time, it is easy for us to lose it. Women tend to be a little insecure. But if and when a woman becomes prideful and arrogant, then she has gone extreme. When she's gone extreme, she will lose her fortune very quickly and a whole lot. These days and age, when a man becomes successful, he can be prideful and arrogant, and people just kind of accept it. All right, people just kind of accept it. That's the way men are. They can say things and people accept it. But when a woman becomes successful and she speaks out of line, she becomes arrogant, then society has a way of taking it out on her very quickly. And so she burns her affinity with other people. She loses her good fortune very quickly and a whole lot when a woman becomes arrogant. A woman can lose her relationship very quickly too. Men can be arrogant all the time and it's fine, his wife will stay with him. But when a woman in a relationship, if she starts to become successful in the outside world, in the work business world, and if she maintains that prideful, arrogant attitude, bring that home, her husband will feel threatened by it. And then her marriage will become in trouble. So this is a lesson for women to be a little smart about her pride and arrogance. Okay, blame, pride, what else? I'm beginning to forget what it is that I check my note. Okay, check my note. Hang on. It just went blank, so give me a moment. Okay.
I can long give you a hint.
Yeah.
Anger.
Huh?
Anger.
Anger. There you go.
That's all right.
Okay.
Forget.
Good student. You are such a great student. Okay. Anger. Anger will burn your fortune very quickly. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, anger will burn your fortune very quickly. I think men and women, irregardless of our sex, we burn our fortune when we become angry. Just think about it. When we angry at another person, we tend to cause the other person to go negative very easily. Okay. We can spend a lot of time building our credibility with another person, our affinity with another person, and we get angry, we lose control, we misbehave, and we burn that entire good fortune.
So we both burn the fortune by getting angry quickly or easily. Is it quick or easy? Number three.
It's I think it's pretty much both. I don't remember what the lecture says. I don't remember. Okay. And the next one, number 4, is adultery. Okay, adultery. Adultery burns our fortune, our affinity with another person very quickly. And a lot. So both. With adultery, it is often culture specific. Okay, some culture, like the Vietnamese culture, it is part of the culture that each man or each woman should be married to a one man and one woman. It is a monogamous relationship. Okay, present day Vietnamese culture is like that: one man, one spouse, basically one spouse. If we betray the spouse and we commit adultery, which means we commit adultery, which means we have a intimate relationship or sexual relationship with another person, then we cause our spouse to go very negative. And so we burn our fortune. In terms of money, half a fortune. You get divorced, you lose half a fortune. Adultery is culture specific. Some country allows one person to have multiple spouses. Some country allow a man to have multiple wives. Some country allow a woman to sleep with multiple men. That is culture specific. Prostitution. It's illegal in Vietnamese. It's illegal in the United States. But I think in Germany, prostitution is a legal profession. It is a job and a career. It is protected by the law. A prostitute will have to register herself for the work. She has to pay tax. There are laws that regulate it. So prostitution is a cultural specific thing. In the Jewish culture, in the Bible, men are allowed to have different women. They are allowed to, they're allowed to have different women outside of marriage. But if a woman is unfaithful in a marriage, she can be. Okay, so adultery is something that will burn your fortune, and you have to be aware of the culture specific. And finally, with the pride and arrogance, with the okay, and then finally the intellectual merit. Okay, so intellectual merit, you can't burn it quickly, but there is a obstinance is something that will easily tarnish or cover up your mountain of gold. You will lose its luster because we are obstinate.
What does this mean?
Being stubborn, attached to your own view.
Like hard-headed.
Hard-headed. There you go, hard-headed.
Not open-minded.
Not open-minded. So how do you protect yourself from obstinate. How do you protect yourself? Is you be open-minded, okay? Be open-minded. That is how you protect yourself from obstinance. How do you protect yourself from adultery? Understand the morality of your culture. Morality. Okay?
Most people know what's right and wrong.
Yeah. With the anger, to protect yourself against anger, activate the energy of serenity. Just be at peace. How to protect yourself against pride and arrogance? Humility, okay? Humility. How to protect yourself against blame and resentment? Gratitude. Okay. Serenity, gratitude, humility. With adultery, it is the understanding of morality. That's how you protect yourself against the candle and the flames that will burn your fortune, and you maintain positive, desirable outcome in life. Serenity, magnanimity, gratitude. Those are the things that you can activate in order to keep yourself at a balanced and positive state of being. It is also something that you protect yourself against committing cruelty and evil deed to other people. So you maintain good seed by serenity, magnanimity, and gratitude. And you maintain a good affinity with other people by doing the same thing. Okay? That is the
Thank you.
that is the affinity aspect of the causality formula.
Mhm.
And while we're at it, we'll just kind of quickly refer to how do we maintain good affinity with other people. Other ways to do it. Okay? You perform the 7 great gifts of life. There's a gift of appearance that we can give to other people. The way we look. The way we look can cause another person to feel good. The simplest way is to smile. Mr. Long has a wonderful, beautiful smile right there in this picture. And Marianne has a wonderful gift of appearance that has lasted, I don't know, 18 hours so far. And she had given me the gift of appearance every week so far.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard my name. Yeah.
I said, your gift of appearance has carried this sharing for how many? I think like 20 hours. Yeah, 20 hours. Yeah, so Miss Marianne has carried our sharing for a good 20 hours. Okay, so I'm very grateful and appreciative for your presence.
Thank you. We appreciate you. I hear ding, 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 ding on my account. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a deep affinity going on between us right now, okay? We're
Yeah.
building great affinity. And our gift of seeing, okay? Our gift of seeing or our gift of the eye is the way we see another person. We can choose to see another person in a positive light. We see the best, the potentiality for being the best of who they are. Okay, that's why we talk about mental images. The root cause of life begin with me, and the choices in life are our mental images. We can choose to create positive mental images about other people, then we are giving them the good of the gift of seeing or the gift of our eyes. And that can help raise their positivity, which deposit a positive seed into our good fortune account, and we will reap the benefit of more desirable circumstances. Number 3, the gift of speech. Okay, the gift of our word. Our expression. We have the will to express ourselves. We can choose to express it with positive, loving speech. Say good things, congratulate people, compliment them. Every word that comes out of our mouth, if it's positive, it's going to cause other people to go positive. It's going to deposit a positive seed into our good fortune account. It's going to help us attract desirable circumstances. Number 4, gift of our heart, which is our gratitude. Okay, our attitude of gratitude. Be grateful for everything. Be grateful for their presence. I'm very grateful for your presence. I'm grateful to the chicken that died when when I had to eat it. But importantly, when we show our gratitude to other people, they feel it. And you can learn to in the West, we get overused with the word thank you. Even in Vietnam, we get overused with the word cảm ơn. And that is part of the reason why teacher Toàn switched the word and taught us to say biết ơn. Okay, cảm ơn is a feeling. Cảm meaning to feel, ơn mean is the blessing. Cảm ơn meaning I feel the blessing that you have given to me. It's a great word.
Mm-hmm.
I feel the blessing that you have given to me, but it becomes misused over time. It has no meaning anymore. It has no energy. And feelings come and go. Sometimes we feel it, sometimes we don't. And that's why in the Vietnamese instruction, we are learned to say biết ơn, meaning I know of the blessing. And later on, when we get to the triangle of reality, we will learn why knowing something has a longer lasting effect than just feeling something. Because when you know, then you can, knowledge is information. Information doesn't change, whereas your feelings can change. You might not always feel the blessing with other people that give it to us, but if you know, then you can always generate the feeling as needed.
It's appreciate.
You can say appreciate. Okay?
Yeah, appreciate is more like
even that has become overused.
big
It's
ơn,
kind
right?
of losing its energy, right? It's kind of losing its energy.
Mm.
And so for those who are speaking English, I am inviting you to say honoring gratitude. I am honored by your presence, and I am grateful for your contribution.
I heard grateful, but I never heard about honoring.
That is something that I'm using because it is a direct translation from the Vietnamese word trân trọng, biết ơn.
Yeah, but we rarely use it, right, Ron?
Yeah, we rarely use it.
American don't use that.
Vietnamese, we don't even say word trân trọng biết ơn. But I'm inviting you to use it so that the other person can sense that you are truly grateful. I am honored by your presence. I'm honored by your gift, and I'm grateful for your act of charity or your act of compliment. Okay, you can write that down. The Vietnamese phrase is trân trọng, biết ơn. And the English word is you say, I am honored by, and I am grateful for. I'm honored by your presence, and I'm grateful for your participation. Or when somebody gives you a birthday present, okay? Oh, I am honored by your gift, and I'm grateful for your attention. When you say that, don't you feel like it has more energy, it has more positivity than just say thank you, I appreciate it. We get used to that, right? When some word becomes overly used and we use it without thinking, we use it without intention, we use it without our heart, then it's empty and it becomes worthless. So from now on, whenever you thank somebody, you can thank them heartfully.
Becomes a habit.
Yeah, and they will sense it. They will sense that you are sincere. They will sense that you are actually honoring them. Of course, there are times that we just need to be polite and to say thanks. That's fine. But when you do say thank you, say it like I am honored by and I'm grateful for. Okay. And the next gift is a gift of spirit. What kind of spirit? A great spirit. The word magnanimity comes from the Latin word magnanimous. Magna means great, big. Animus is the spirit. And later in the sharing on the wisdom, the energy of wisdom, we'll learn about magnanimity. Okay, it is a state of being great in spirit. Having a spirit so great that we can encompass the other person, the totality of their being, and we can encompass everybody. And it is a form of unconditional love, magnanimity. Next is a gift of body. Physical body, action, kind actions, okay? Help people, do something, help people. When you help people, they feel good, you plant a positive seed, we're going to attract positivity in our lives. And finally, my favorite one, gift of position, for your status or your station in life. If you have a position of wealth, you can give other people the position of wealth. In the Bible, a rich man asked Jesus, how do I get to heaven? Jesus said, give away all your money and follow me. And the man became sad because he didn't want to lose his money. So his money was more important to him than heaven. The gift of position is not a trade of positions. If you give all your money away, then you become poor. You can't really help much people if you're poor. But instead, if you help other people to achieve the same station as you, if you're rich, help people become rich. If you're healthy, help people become healthy. If you have a happy, harmonious relationship, teach people to achieve a state of happy, harmonious relationship. Thank you for Mr. Long. Yeah, magnanimity is a better word than compassionate. Okay, compassionate is it's a wonderful word, but there is the idea of the word passion in it. Okay, passion is to suffer. Calm as in community or common. Compassion means to suffer together. And here we're not saying you should experience suffering. Here we're saying you should be so big that you can embrace other people. So it is a different idea than the word compassionate. Thanks again, Mr. Long. Okay. So 7 great gifts of life, that is how we build affinity. We plant good seed into our good fortune account. We build positive affinity with other people. We attract desirable outcome into our lives. Okay. Any questions so far about that? Or sharing about that? Let's see. Next.
Easy to comprehend, but hard to do.
Huh? Easy to
I
comprehend.
said this concept is easy to comprehend, but it's difficult to do, to
Difficult to do.
practice.
That is just a mindset. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a mindset. That's one of the barriers. Okay. In order to make it simpler and easy, you just do these six golden words in action.
Yeah.
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 If you make it hard, it'll be hard.
I do it simply, joyfully, justly, lightly, regularly, and wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Don't make it hard. Don't make it complicated. It's simple to smile. Previously, the way we understand smile, why do people smile? Why do people smile?
When they feel happy, right?
Yeah, when they feel happy. But now, I invite you to smile in order to be happy. There's a difference. If you smile because you're happy, then that is a reaction. Right? If you smile because you're happy, then your reaction. You have to be blessed to be happy before you smile. But science has already proven that just by the simple act of smiling, even a fake smile, that will cause your brain to produce a bunch of positive chemicals like endorphin, and then you will actually feel better, you feel happy. So previously, we smile because we are happy. Now, we smile in order to be happy and in order to make other people happy. Okay? That is a new shift in awareness.
If you have all that, you have awareness. I mean, you have the choice to make your decisions, your mental image, and create what you want to be, your outcome.
Yeah. It is a sign of a mature person who smiles in order to be happy and in order to help other people be happy. Right? A less than mature people simply react. They feel good, they're happy, so they smile. But a mature person can consciously and proactively smile in order to cause himself, herself, and other people to be happy. Very powerful, tiny little act just by smiling. But smile it consciously. And when you make it a habit, when you do it simply, joyfully, easily, lightly, regularly, then it does become a habit. And people would start to see you as a person of great attitude. Okay. And as we go about improving our attitude, our wisdom, our character, people would start to see us as a person of integrity and worth. Right? A single smile can light up this candle of attitude. Okay? Single smile can light up the candle of attitude. Okay. Do we need a break before we move on to the operating principle of the subconscious mind? So everything we've done so far is the principle of the conscious mind. We are consciously controlling our mind. The next sharing will be about the subconscious mind. Take a break.
Sure.
Yeah, take a break. Let's do a how long do you want? How long do you want to break for? It is 2:08. Let's do a 22 minutes and we'll get back at 2:30, okay?
Time's going so fast it don't matter to me, Frank.
Thank you, Frank.
It's going so fast and the value is so great, it doesn't really matter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just do it. Yeah, 2:30. Okay. I'm gonna try and see if I can take another nap. It's gonna be our last stretch. Okay, then we'll talk about the operating principle of the subconscious mind, and then we will talk about the triangle of reality or reality triangle. I think we'll be done. Okay, it is already 2 o'clock. 4 more hours. That's gonna fly right by. Okay. Rest, break. And Ambi is still with me. I appreciate you so much. Okay. This until 2:30 a.m. EST. That is 5:30 in the evening. Okay, 5:30 Vietnam. Next, we're going to talk about a concept, a principle called the operating principle of the subconscious mind. Okay, subconscious mind. This final sharing about the human construct should make it complete in terms of our understanding of the human construct. Okay, this whole religious and spiritual reference system. We will understand pretty much all there is, everything there is to know about what makes up a human being. Okay, well, where we come from and how we can manage our good seed, our positive affinity. So it's been 16 hours or so, 20 hours or so, and my voice is still good. Okay. The teacher taught us to maintain a state of rest throughout the day. Okay, that's throughout the sharing. So we're not working hard, we're not expending too much energy. As I'm sitting here, I'm resting. As I'm sitting here, I'm taking care of my relationship health. I'm building my affinity with all of you. I'm taking care of my intellectual wisdom, my mental health. Okay. And as we maintain a state of serenity, our body is in balance. So that's how I was able to talk for 20 hours straight, well, with a little bit of rest here and there, but not too long. So the operating principle of the subconscious mind. Let's begin with the idea of this word called accumulation accumulation, and cultivation. Okay, accumulation and cultivation. Accumulation and cultivation, okay? It's a process by which we gather the seeds that is going to make up our causality. Okay? Accumulation and cultivation is a process by which we gather the seed that makes up our causality. Good seed, positive affinity, give us positive outcome. What are the seeds? Remember the formula for the root cause of life? The seed of our person, of our being, is that which we hear, that which we see, that which we say, that which we know. I use the word say or speak. It's a Vietnamese word. Okay. Here, see, say, and no.
No.
20 hour, 20
What?
mind. Okay. No. All right. In the human construct, we established that our belief is made up of our mental images, and our mental images are what we hear, what we say, what we see, what we say, and what we know. Okay. And what we hear, say, see, and know is also the truth within us. Okay, this is part of our true self, part of our inner being. But here, so there's a true hearing, and okay, there's a distinction that we need to make between the this here, the and the other one. So in this true seeing, okay, this is the one that is our true seeing. In order to reach a state of serenity, in order to see life as it is without being burdened by the ego and the mind, the emotion and the mind. With that information in, we bypass the emotion and the mind. We see, we hear, we know, we speak authentically. Okay? Without being weighed down by positive or negative charge of the personality. Accumulation and cultivation is a little bit different. They operate if and when we do not. If and when we do not hear, see, know, and speak truly. Okay? If we activate this true self, this inner being, and information comes in, and we don't let it pass the emotion and the mind, and it goes straight to our inner being, it takes on no charge. It is light. But if we didn't do it, if we didn't let it go directly into our inner being, and instead we let this information pass through our emotion or pass through our mind, if we let it go through our ego personality or our emotion, then we will start to accumulate a bunch of seed. Okay, so it goes through the layers of our ego and our emotion. Okay. Because when information goes directly to our true self, we collect nothing. It's nothing. That's why it's called emptiness of being. Okay, it does not affect us in any way. But when we don't go through this tunnel, and instead we let it drop into our emotion or our mind or our ego, then it's take on a charge. Okay, it takes on a positive or negative charge. And so we can draw okay, you can draw this with me. Imagine this is a garden, the garden of our subconscious mind. In the garden of our subconscious mind, every time we receive a bit of information and it doesn't go directly into our emptiness of being, it goes through the other layers, it takes on a charge. And so in our garden, we have many different type of seed. Okay, throughout our lives, before we study the philosophy of root education, before we rediscover our true self, we had let information come into us through our emotion and our mind, and they take on a positive or negative charge. And each one of them has a potential, a seed has a potential of growing into a tree, and that tree is going to bear fruit. Okay, so it can be a lot of trees, a lot of seed. Fortunately, there are only three types that we need to worry about. You can categorize all of those seed into just three different types. So we're going to use one color, use the purple one, okay? Seed, purple seed. Okay. This purple seed here represents knowledge. Okay, that which we know. And along with that, we have a bunch of other seeds. We have some, let's say, blue-looking seed. Okay. These represent the seed that have already became fruit. Okay, the knowledge seed are the one that they just seed. They haven't bore fruit yet. And then we have seed that already bore fruit. Then we also have the type of seed denoted with orange here. And we call them affinity. Okay. And these seed, as I mentioned before, they carry a charge. They could be negative. They could be positive, or they could be balanced. Okay. If we accumulate a seed that takes on a negative charge, and we cultivate it with negativity, guess what? We're going to get view and desirable okay, undesirable. If we deposit a seed and it is positive one, and this is going to be desirable, outcome, okay, outcome. But if we deposit a seed and it doesn't take on any charge, then it is so it is neither desirable nor undesirable. I'll explain how all of this works. In order to, so the different type of seed, right? So there a kind of seed that seedling, okay, we can call them seedling, that are just seed, the little seed, okay. And there are the one tree with no fruit. And then we have a tree with fruit. Okay, so inside of our garden, this is our garden of subconscious. We have different kind of seed. We have seed of knowledge. We have seed of affinity. And when they are in the seed phase, they could be seedling. They could sprout it into a tree. And some of those trees have now borne fruit. Okay. And we have a gardener. Like every garden, we have a gardener. Turns out his name is Will. There's a reason why we chose the name Will. W-I-L-L. Okay. Our gardener's name is Will. Every time we see or hear or say and know something, and we take on a positive or negative charge, it becomes a positive or negative seed. Every time we think about that thing, about that seed, if we think along a positive direction, then Mr. Will here will water it with a bunch of positive energy. If we think about something and we think of it along a negative direction with negative energy, then we're telling Mr. Will here to go and pour some negative energy on it. And if we think about something and we are neither positive or negative about it, then Mr. Will doesn't do anything. If Mr. Will doesn't do anything, then that seed will not grow. That seed will not grow into a tree, and that tree will not bear fruit. If we plant a negative seed, and every time we think about it, we feed it with negativity, Mr. Will pour negative energy, cultivate it, pour negative water or whatever, negative energy onto it, we build negativity. This is especially true with the affinity seed. It has to do with our interaction with other people. Every time we think about a person, the first moment we hear or see a person, we plant a seed. If we see that person and we have a negative experience, then we plant a negative affinity seed. And over time, every time we think about that person, if we think about a person negatively, Mr. Will is pouring negative energy. But every time we think about another person and we planted a positive seed and we pour positive energy, then that seed will eventually grow into a tree full of negativity. And that affinity tree will bear fruit, a lot of negative fruit. And guess what? We're going to reap a lot of negativity, negative fruit, with respect to that affinity tree, with respect to that person. Okay, do you get that so far?
Can you repeat it?
Is that
get-
right? Yeah. Okay. So in our garden of subconscious,
Mhm.
we have a bunch of seeds. Let's go to the seed of affinity first. Okay. The seed of affinity represents our interaction and our relationship with another person.
Okay.
When we first meet a person, if we have a positive or negative reaction to that person, we plant a seed of that type, positive or negative seed. If we do nothing, if we never meet that person again, fine, nothing will happen. If we never think about that person again, fine, nothing will happen. We meet, we see people along the street all the time. We may see them again. We see them the first time, we don't have any feelings, or even if we have a slight negative feeling or slight positive feeling. But if we forget about it and we don't think about it and we don't feed the tree, the seed, we use the idea of will here, Mr. Will, because we have the will to hear, we have the will to see, we have the will to say, and we have the will to know. Get it? So every time we think about a person, if we think along a positive direction, we think positive of them. Maybe we're grateful to them. Maybe we are magnanimous with respect to them. We like them. We think they're beautiful. We think they are smart. We think positively of that person. What we're doing is subconsciously we're telling Mr. Will to cultivate the seed, pour positive energy into that affinity seed. And so our affinity with that person, through time, over time, it will grow into a tree and it will bear fruit, a positive fruit. And so over time, our attraction with that person, our affinity with them would be positive. Just